Send your request if and only if you disagree. We have just gotten here. The show, it's not even been more than 5 minutes. Share the live, share the live. I only see one share so far. No stress. Let's get to 20,000 likes, y'all, so we can bring up some guests. Tap the screen, tap the screen. We have to really keep up with the live goals as far as tapping the screen. And we also have our gift goals right there, ladies and gentlemen. Do tap on that if you have the means. It'll be very much appreciated. I can convince anyone, your father, your mother, your grandmother, your ancestors, you bring them all. I will convince them that God doesn't exist. You see, the problem is not if I can convince you. The problem is if you are honest enough to acknowledge the conviction born from my words. If you are God, you're God alone, my friend, in your own head. I don't know. There's only one way to find out. I'll have to try, right? I can convince a Catholic priest, a political priest, any kind of priest. Bring them. What's up, Dre Banks? Greetings to all my people in the comment section. Consciousness is the only thing that exists. Bro, who told you that? Oh, come on, man. Some of you guys don't know the difference between poetry and the truth. If you want to be a poet, just go be a poet. You can write some really fancy stuff. Consciousness is the only thing that exists. Without consciousness, there is no existence. Yeah, that's just poetry. I did not have a single conviction moment. It was multiple moments, a series of moments. Let's get to 10,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen, and we will summon our guest in here today. We existed before consciousness. We existed before consciousness. I don't know about that one, but that's good poetry. When you come up here, ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor and go straight to your point. I don't want to be dancing around the point. And if you come up here and your point is not directly related to the subject, I will kick you off, all right? If you're a troll, I got my troll detection radar ticking today. We will relegate you to the pews. Somebody said, I can convince you you don't exist. Nah, hey, that's going to be a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at 10,000 likes. We will go ahead and initiate the guest. All right. Do be patient with me. I'll try to get everybody. Come up, go straight to your point. Don't waste my time dancing around useless points. Don't give me a lecture. I want you to be precise and concise with your points.
Okay,
What's
so
up?
I just said there a few minutes ago that we are nothing but consciousness. Consciousness is the only thing that exists. Because I do agree with you on some things, but the way you argue your points, you're not clear as well. So what do you actually believe in? What can you at least tell me what you believe in?
You would like to know, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Psych. If I told you what I believe in, then you could manipulate me. That's why a wise man never shares his beliefs. He only deals with the facts.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, we're nothing but consciousness. That's if the difference between you
And
and
what
an
that
animal.
sounds like to me is just that you don't know what consciousness is.
Okay, what is consciousness? I know what consciousness is.
I'm trying to
see if you know what consciousness. Otherwise, you could just be manipulating me and trying to convince me.
It's simply awareness, bro. It's not that complicated.
Okay. So when someone said we're nothing but consciousness, why do you say no and why are you laughing? So
because we are more than just we are more than just consciousness.
We're what?
We're flesh and blood.
If you remove the consciousness, you don't exist.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. You are your body.
No, your consciousness is the seat of your soul. That thing,
No, your consciousness is a phenomenon born out of the functions of your body, but your body is fundamentally you. The consciousness, think of it as the electricity in the house, right? But the house is still the
hmm
house. Use your brain.
hmm
Use your brain. I know
so
you. I know your brain is ticking.
the electricity and what is governing that electricity? Why does the electricity run in the first place?
There's a power
Why
source that
doesn't
needs to
sand
be.
have electricity?
Why doesn't what?
Sand have electricity?
I don't see how those two things follow, bro.
Because you are trying to argue that we are flesh and bones. Yeah, we're flesh and bones, but it's a function. A body is a function, right?
No, the body is the thing. The
No, I'm saying
function,
like
the
the
function
whole
is what we
unit,
call life.
the whole unit. It's a function, right? Everything, it's a function. It operates together. Awareness by itself is, yes, I know what you're trying to say, but everything operates together. The consciousness is there. So because you're inhabiting.
Consciousness is a byproduct of a healthy human body that is well fed. That's it. And healthy.
No
That's why you
consciousness.
can go into a state, bro. Someone
Okay,
ever
you
hit you
finish
hard
your
in the
point.
head? Someone ever hit you hard in the head and you became unconscious?
Yeah, because it
What is
destabilized.
unconsciousness? What is
Your consciousness is
unconsciousness?
simply inhabiting this vessel, this physical
No,
vessel.
it
It is.
doesn't. It
That's why
the
you. That's why
conscious
when someone hits you on
consciousness
the head, that's why someone hits you on the
consciousness
head. They've tampered with the vessel, and
consciousness is
you.
not a it's not a physical thing. Consciousness is a byproduct of the functions of the body. Just like driving is a byproduct of a functioning car.
Yes, but
Yeah,
that car needs somebody to drive it.
driving
It's not a
doesn't dwell
driverless
in the
car.
car.
Okay, so when you crash a car, and if when a
Why
vehicle
am I
is.
arguing with you on this subject, bro?
Because
There's
no,
no
no,
way, bro.
no. Stick with me. So okay, you
No,
use
bro,
you
it's
you
not that
use the car.
complicated. No, it's
You
not that
use the car.
complicated, bro. It's not
Okay,
that complicated.
you use the car. Finish your analogy with the car. If I'm traveling in a car and I crash into something, me as the driver of that vehicle, if anything happens to the driver of that vehicle, that car is going nowhere. It's the same
Consciousness is
thing
not
as the
the
vessel.
driver. Consciousness is not the driver
No,
of the human
I am the
body.
driver. I'm the initiator. That's how consciousness works. So
No.
anything happens to the consciousness, aka the driver, in the seat, that car is going nowhere. That vehicle is going nowhere. Same thing with the
No,
body.
you can park the car and you can switch the driver and the car will still be the car. The car is the car. You are the car. Consciousness is a product of a car that is well maintained. Think about it that way. Your physical body. That's why you can be unconscious because it's a state of being rather than a thing. Consciousness is a state of being, kind of like temperature. Something can be hot or cold, but hotness or coldness is not the thing itself. Use your brain, bro. It's not that hard.
You
It's
didn't
actually
really.
not that complicated. That's why you should take a word, you should understand the practical application of the word and the conceptual applications of that word so you don't confuse yourself. Many of you do that with very simple things. Consciousness is like the light bulb, like the electricity that goes to the light bulb. If you turn on the power source, the light would shine. If you turn off the power source, it will go off. But the light bulb is still the light bulb.
But that's not the point. I'm saying that's not the point. I'm saying we are consciousness.
No,
Like
we are
you.
not. We are the physical body.
Otherwise, no. How are you the physical body? So what's the difference between a dead body and a live body? Okay, what is the
The
difference? It's
state of being.
consciousness. Exactly, which is consciousness.
The state of being, and this is the same thing between a sleeping body and someone who's awake. Same shit. It's the state of being. When a human
That,
being goes into a complete state of relaxation,
mm-hmm.
that's dead. When they go into a semi-complete state of relaxation, we call that sleep, right? When the body is less active. And consciousness is a byproduct of all these systems in your body doing their job. The brain working together with the heart, with your neural system, all put together. That phenomenon allows you to be aware together with your senses. That's what generates the awareness. And many of us have disabilities when it comes to some of that.
So
Some of us
you
can't
just said
see
something,
properly.
awareness. So what is awareness?
Awareness is to be able to interact with your environment as it is.
Through
Your
what?
ability
And
to respond to stimuli.
what determines your awareness?
Your senses collect data, and the data is processed by your brain.
And decisions.
Decisions are rooted in the complexity of the brain in of itself. That would now be a function that is 100% unique to the brain, mostly, perhaps even the spine a little bit. But as far as the data collection, it comes in through all your senses, including your sense of touch, which is pretty much the rest of your body. It's not that complicated, bro.
So what's the function of the pineal gland?
I don't know.
Oh wow, you don't know. As a black man, you don't know what your pineal gland does.
Whatever it's doing, I don't have a problem with it.
No, but you see the problem.
It's okay.
I've
It's
agreed.
okay.
I've watched a lot of your lives. The problem is I've agreed with a lot of
Brother
things you
Nomad.
said.
Brother Nomad.
But the problem is you're just
let's-
regurgitating something someone has published
Brother,
that you don't actually believe.
brother
I
Nomad.
think you actually just hate. You hate certain things like religion. Like for example, I don't
hate
like
anything.
religion, but
listen,
I can still
Brother
listen
Nomad,
to their points.
Brother Nomad, I don't
You
want to
just
be rude to you and just drop you off, okay? Listen
huh?
carefully. The subject of discussion here is God. I literally just said, if you come and you don't stick to the topic, I'm going to drop you. So
Okay.
you
So
want to talk
God,
about consciousness, that's fine. Now, what I am going to tell you is that when you went to school, they taught you that anything has basics. Understanding the
mhm.
fundamentals of a subject is the key. Doesn't matter how complicated you want to make consciousness. Simplistically, we are not consciousness. And if you don't have that understanding, you're going to lead yourself into a bunch of philosophical mumbo jumbo, which doesn't make you smart. No, someone can't do anything with that knowledge that you're sharing. That knowledge has no practical application, no utility beyond entertainment. All right? You are your
Mm.
physical body, and you must do maintenance on your physical body. Now, other than your physical body, you have a mental state of being, which is relative to the functions of your mind and your senses. So you want to take care of your mental and physical health. That's ultimately where we get to when we understand that we are our physical bodies. It's highly important. Telling somebody that their consciousness, what they're supposed to do with that knowledge, that's useless information. That just makes you sound smart, but it has no use. That's how you know someone is selling you bullshit. So I'm really trying to help you here. You should think about the utility of what you're sharing. You yourself, what do you do with that knowledge that you are consciousness, other than
Because
your
it's a
feelings?
state of
It's gonna make you feel
awareness.
good about yourself. That's
Because
it.
most people because it's a state of awareness which allows you to understand yourself better and understand your surroundings. Otherwise, you just be self-absorbed.
That's called the five senses. Why are you complicating something that's already simple? Why are you taking something simple and making it complicated? That doesn't make you smart, my brother. That just makes you confused. It's
So
already
if I say, how
the
does that make me
idea of
confused? If I can summarize all of those things you're saying as consciousness, and you want to keep breaking it
because you
down, breaking it
don't
down, you say no.
there's something
You're literally
there are
saying
some
no.
things.
You're arguing that it's not this, it's this, it's not that, it's this, it's not that, and I'm saying all of that is consciousness. So how am I making it? How am I complicating? If I can summarize it with one word,
Your
doesn't that
lack of
make me
understanding
understand
has
it
led
better?
you to misrepresent the subject at hand because you don't understand the building blocks of the concept in of itself.
What
Consciousness
if
is
for me
it's a
to
concept.
summarize it with one word means I understand it very, very well? Why do I
No, it
need
means you're
600
confused
words to summarize it with one word?
because that one word is not an actual summary of what it is. It's actually indicative of a lack of understanding because you will
Why?
realize that when you're dealing with the basics, you're not summarizing, you're simplifying. You don't have to summarize something which, when put simply, is broken down so it can be
What
properly consumed.
you're
It's like, hold
contradicting
up,
yourself. If I can
hold up,
simplify it, that means I
Benin,
understand it.
Benin,
If
you're like a guy who wants to eat the whole cow all at
how?
once.
That
Rather
sounds
than
like what you are
chopping,
trying to. It sounds like you're trying to gaslight me.
rather than chopping up the meat,
It
rather
literally
than
sounds like
chopping
you're
up
trying
the
to
meat.
gaslight me.
If you talk over
Because
me one more time, I'm
I'm
gonna take
saying
you
I
down,
can
bro. Just
okay.
relax.
I'm relaxed. I'm saying I can
If you take a
summarize
piece of
all the
meat,
okay. I can summarize the five senses, state of awareness.
bro, what's wrong with you? If you interrupt me, you literally keep talking. That's what you're doing, bro. We are not consciousness. We can be conscious and we can be unconscious. To define us simply as consciousness is to assume that we can exist only in its conscious state, but we can also exist in an unconscious state. You're fundamentally wrong. What's wrong with you, man? That's why I said to you, why are you trying to complicate something simple to make yourself seem smart? Why are you summarizing something that doesn't need to be summarized?
Can I talk now, or are you gonna keep muting me?
Did you understand what I just said?
Why are you using typical African tactics, uncle tactics, to debate me?
Brother,
I'm
did
having a
you
debate with you.
understand what I
No,
just
because
said?
it's literally like debating with uncles back in the
Did
village, fam.
you
This
understand
is
what I just said?
sorry, say that again.
No, thank you for your time. I'm not saying it again.
Nah, you're
You
triggered.
should pay
You are so
attention, bro.
triggered. How are you supposed to debate anybody if you're acting like this?
Because I'm not here to debate you. I'm here to educate you.
No, you see, you
Use your brain. Don't you have the ability to recognize a stupid person that uses big words? I ask you what is the practical application of what you're saying, and you can't tell me. You just want to sound smart by using a bunch of big words. I'm summarizing it. You're not summarizing it. You're just saying whatever you're confused about. All right? Some of you say things that make you sound like, let me not even use a harsh word. To be honest, coming on TikTok is me coming to test my tolerance for stupidity. That's literally one of the benefits. That's therapeutic for me. When I see how long I can tolerate stupid things, being on TikTok definitely helps me with that. What's up, Tristan?
What's up?
What's up,
I
Tristan?
just, yes, you hearing me?
What's up?
Nothing much. I just saw your topic. I just joined the live and it seemed interested. So I would like to hear what you have to say because the
I don't
topic
have to say
says,
anything beyond there is no God. That's what I have to say.
and why don't you believe that there is a God?
Because I
Just
don't
trying
believe
to
in fiction.
understand.
Because I don't believe in fictional characters.
So where do you believe that the hurt and this whole, how do you think we came into existence?
It came from here.
I don't understand. I'm trying to learn. So, because I
It came.
believe that there is a God.
You can
So
believe
I'm
that
trying
there's a
to
God
get
all
where.
you want. You can believe. You can even believe that there is a goat, a divine goat. You're free to believe whatever your mind conjures up. But we can only interpret reality as we see it. We don't need to make speculations beyond that.
So
Have you
I'm
ever
trying to see from
have you
your
ever
perspective.
my perspective is to be honest about what we are observing rather than run with assumptions based on my feelings and my sentiments. Where the world comes from is an irrelevant topic when it comes to the school of knowledge. What the world is what is relevant because we don't see the world coming from anywhere. We know that the world is already here. What we can do
Yes,
is
but it have to
examine the
come from
world to find out
somewhere.
what it is.
But where did it start from? How did it get to here? We know that
That's an
things don't just happen like that because even for example with technology,
If you want
I
to know
remember.
where the world came from, you should study the world.
No, I'm trying to ask you because I believe that
If you want
that
to know
someone
where the
created
world
it.
came from, you should study the world. What is the world? Tell me, what is the world?
What is the word? You have to be more specific.
No, I don't have to. That means you need to go and study.
That's what I'm here for because I want.
Yeah,
You see,
and
you're just
what you have
saying
learned,
things, but you're not being clear. And because
what
I asked you
listen,
where
listen,
did it
listen,
came from?
brother.
I'm listening.
Tristan, what you have learned here today is that you have to go and learn the meaning of the questions that you have and then build a foundation, and then that will make you qualified to have this kind of conversation. I can't be teaching you every single detailed thing, even things that are common sense for an educated person. Okay, we don't see the world coming from somewhere, and we all know that if we want to know where the world came from or how it came to be, you have to study it. You don't just sit down here and come up with theories.
So did
that
you
are not
study it?
substantiated by facts.
So did you study it?
Of
If you
course.
did, so you because I'm not very I'm very intelligent, and I would like to know, when you did your studies, what did you came up with in simple form?
I came up with the conclusion that finding out where the world came from is irrelevant. What is most relevant is to find out what the world is. Then you will know without shadow of doubt where the world came from. So until we've mastered the knowledge of what the world is, we
So what
stand
the
no
world
true chance
is?
of knowing where the world came from. Yes. So you have to study the machine. If you come out of your house and you see a machine in front of your house, you don't know who put it there, you don't know where it came from. You can sit down there for 10,000 years wondering where it came from, or you can break the machine down and study the machine to see how it works. When you understand how it works, then you will have a good idea what direction to look in when you're trying to find out where it came from. If you don't even know what the machine is or what it's supposed to do, how are you ever gonna get to knowing where it came from?
All right.
Use your
My
brain.
question is, I don't think you came to teach, because you have not taught me anything so
Whatever you
far,
think about
and you're
me
not
is
willing
completely
to.
irrelevant. Whatever you think about me is completely irrelevant. If you think that the world came from God, you have the burden of proving that. Don't come down here and act all
All
ignorant
right. All
as
right.
if.
So, all right, can I speak for a second? All right. So I believe that
Don't tell me
um
what you believe. Tell me what you know and what you can prove.
I all right, listen. So for example,
Tell me what you know and what you can prove.
to know something, it would
Tell
mean
me
that
what you
I would
know
have
and
to
what you can
listen.
prove, brother. Tell
I'm
me
just
what you know
clarifying.
and what you can prove.
Are you going to let me speak? If not, I'm just gonna hop off, because we're here
As
to teach
soon
each other.
as soon as you
If you
tell me
know
what you
something,
know and what you can prove, I don't have time to waste, brother.
so aren't you here to reason and teach people? Listen, if you know
Yes, but
something, it means that
people,
you are 100% sure of it.
bruh, we can't come up here and have to break down every single word by detail as if some of you guys don't have basic information. I said, when you come up, be precise, be concise, and go straight to your point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't come up here and that's when you become curious. Don't come here and start reacting to what I'm saying. You should come up here with what you want to say already. And what you want to say already should fall within the bounds of what I've already said. I said there is no God. If you think there is, you need to come and demonstrate how there is. If you cannot do that, you're wasting my time. What's up, bro? What's up, Mr. Kindness? All right, kindness is not there. Hello?
Hello. Hey, Bakang, how are you?
As you can see, brother.
So, I can agree with you that there is no God, because you have mind. You can say whatever you want.
Regardless of the reason why you agree with me is okay. As long as you agree with me, that's all that matters.
Okay, I
That means
want you
that you
to.
have a good enough understanding and you are navigating the world realistically.
You
There's no
can.
need to go into the details.
So, if you die, it doesn't mean that the other people, they still understand there is no God, or you just the one who understand that there is no God.
I have no clue what you're trying to say, brother, and you have too much background noise.
Okay, you only understand there is no God if you're alive, but if you die, you still don't know anything, because you can breathe.
Yeah,
You
dead people
there's
don't
no
know
soul.
anything. Dead people don't know anything.
If they die,
Dead people don't know anything.
if they if they die,
That's why they're called dead people.
so what about the one who's still alive?
They're alive.
So they still don't know anything.
They know what they can prove,
What? Like what?
like water, food, air, how to build houses, how to go to work and pay bills.
So where's all those come from? Did they create it? Did you create the water? But can you answer me?
Are you trolling?
No, I'm asking you. Did
Nah.
you
Thank you
did
for
you
your time, bro.
no? Did you create the water?
Thank you for your time. What's wrong? What's wrong with people today, bro? Uh, you know how they say that no question is the wrong question? That's one of the biggest lies ever told. You know how they used to tell us in school that no question is the wrong question? That's the biggest lie ever told. Knowing how to knowing how to ask the right question is a level of intelligence that most people don't possess. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, great. I know that there are a lot of people who believe that there is no God, while other people believe that there is God. But for me, I don't know which side to be on. So I want you to tell me what are the studies that you have done to come to the conclusion that there is no God. Maybe I can join you to believe the same thing.
You don't have to do too much study to conclude that there's no God. When you're
So,
trying to study, if something doesn't exist, all you have to do is look for it. If you don't find it, you know it's not there. If you don't find it in the way that people who say that it's supposed to be there is there, you know it's not there. You really only have to do studies if you are a person who thinks it is there. It's like me saying that what study have you done to find nothing? If God doesn't exist, that's the equivalent of nothing. What study can you do to find nothing? You do nothing. Use your brain. Think very carefully. If God existed, you and I would not be having this conversation. God is an idea that human beings have invented. It's a social construct for different reasons, for political, cultural, and traditional reasons. Human beings invented them. Just like we invent different types of governments, we create stories for our entertainment. That's what it is. The problem is that that idea has been sold to the public as something which is real. And people have been domesticated, indoctrinated to believe it as though it's real. It's just that thing that we all pretend like it's real. And if we all pretend, then it's real. Not because it's really real, but because we all pretend like it is. That's the problem here. And it has a way of corroding your intellect.
so that's how you came up with the conclusion that there is no God.
When something is not there, you shouldn't be able to find it. When something is there, you can find it. That's how it works. It's not that hard. You can use any instruments ever invented by human beings. If you can find God, you let us know. But you won't find it. Religious people themselves can't find it. In fact, they're confused about what they think it is. That's why they cannot even agree. That's why you have Catholics, Pentecostals, Presbyterian, Baptist. They're confused. All of them. Because they have believed in something which is not real, as if it is real. Reality is the state of the world as it is, rather than imagined or conceptualized. Reality is not something that you think about, but you cannot observe. Reality is something that you observe, then you can think about. Do you understand that?
If you make me understand, I will understand it because I don't know
Okay,
which side to be on.
hold up. Let me ask you something. Do you make a habit of going around just believing any story you hear?
No.
Do you make a habit of believing in fictional characters?
Yeah, they are fictional characters.
You believe in fictional characters as if they are real?
How would they be real when they are fictional?
That's exactly what gods are. All gods are fictional characters. The problem is that in ancient times, they didn't have television and entertainment like us, so they just wrote them in books and on scripts and tablets. They had Hollywood. They didn't have Hollywood like we have it today. Human beings have always wanted to entertain themselves.
Okay, but those people who claim that there is a God, how they go about performing miracles, like making a
Nobody is
crippled person
performing any
walk?
miracles. Nobody has. Have you ever witnessed a miracle in your life?
I've seen people who believe in God perform miracle.
What miracle did you witness?
I know somebody who was like blind that I knew personally, and then somebody who believed in God called on God, and the person could see. I
You
don't
have
know
any
how it
proof?
happened, but I knew that guy was blind.
You have any proof of that?
Yes, when I was in Africa, it happened.
You have any proof of that?
Yeah, I have proof of it. I can give you the person's name, give you the Facebook account, and you can contact them. They will tell you. And if you go all around them, if you go to the history of the community, the school you went to,
What's the person's name?
Josh
Josh what?
Moyu,
Spell it.
the Moyu or the Josh.
I know how to spell Josh.
Monyou. That's the last name. I don't know whether he's still living in Singapore, but he used to live in Singapore on 19th Street in Liberia.
Was he born blind?
I don't know whether he was born blind, but when I met him, when I
What did
got
he
to
have
know him,
complete? Did he have complete blindness?
yeah, he was blind because even if he wanted to cross the road, I had to hold his hand for him to cross. He had a cane that he was walking with. He could not do a lot of things. But then after that miracle service, except when he was lying for several years saying he was blind, that
No,
could be
some people
another
are
possibility.
blind, but only partially blind. And a lot of what usually happens in those so-called religious miracles is that the person is not really completely blind. Because something like that, you will need medical verification. And there are certain anomalies. There's people who are blind, and then through treatment, they can regain a level of sight
Okay,
through medical science.
let's put God business aside a little bit to look at another thing that I have seen. Do you believe in witchcraft and magical power or
No,
voodoo?
sir. No,
Huh?
sir. Those things are all scams.
So there's nothing like voodoo that exists.
What good is voodoo? Give me one use of voodoo. It's
Voodoo
just
is
tradition and culture. It's tradition.
voodoo is not good. Voodoo is wicked.
Who
There's
told
no
you
good
that?
thing about it.
Who told you that?
That's what I know because I can't see any good thing
Okay.
that they are doing.
Guess what? That means you're ignorant. Voodoo is the traditional religion of the Benin Republic. That's their culture and tradition. That's within their culture, they have their medicine, they have their language, they have their history. It's not just what you see on television. It's literally the people that used to be known as the Dahomey. That's their tradition and culture.
So you don't believe that in that voodoo, in that tradition and culture, they can do some things that you know that normal human being cannot do it, like you and myself?
No, anything they can do in there, normal human beings can do. The problem is that it's a knowledge of science that they choose to keep to themselves. That's something that Africans used to practice for a long time. We didn't used to have universities back then. Every tribe will keep their own science to themselves because that's what gives them power. Science is the only true power. Even today, governments do it. You don't see the United States of America advertising all the secrets of their weapons to everybody else.
So that means the whole miracle thing is fake.
There's no such thing as miracles in this world. There is a natural path to anything that is achievable. Nothing can be achieved without a natural path. And if you see something happens, that just means that you don't know the secrets or the knowledge of the natural path that was used to do it. Just like you don't know how a doctor does surgery because you're not a surgeon. But anybody who's gone to medical school and study surgery understands that. But from your perspective, a doctor just removes the heart from one person and puts in the other person, removes the kidney in one person and puts in the next person. Do you know any witchcraft that can do that? We've already accomplished greater things with science. I don't know why people are still stuck in superstition. Your witches and wizards are still flying on broomsticks. Are we not flying through the skies in metallic tubes?
No, but
Why are you guys?
either way, whether a God exists or a God does not exist, those people who believe that God exists, they can keep that belief. Those people who don't believe it, they can keep that belief.
That's why it's for entertainment. But what's important here is that we be conscious of what is true and what is not. We have certain things that we've come to believe to be true when it is, in fact, it is not. That impedes our ability to innovate. Look at Africa today. Look at the places in the world where people are the most religious. It's third world countries, poor, poverty reigns, poverty rules, unproductivity, crime, corruption. Look at the most religious places in the world today. That's all you have to do. You can see the fruits of an ideology based on its effect on a society that is predominantly governed by that ideology. Look at Africans today. Rather than sending their kids to school to go and study science, they're sending them to church, wasting talent. There is so much wasted talent in Africa. So much wasted talent. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You have kids that were geniuses when they were young. And then as soon as they grow up, somebody tells them to go and become a prophet when they could have been an engineer or a doctor, when they could have even been a philosopher. But they end up being an uneducated so-called prophet who can barely read English. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. There is no God. There never has been. There never would be. Let's get to 50,000 likes, y'all. What's going on, bruh?
You don't
Hello?
believe there's a God? There's a beginning and end to everything. You wasn't born a grown man, were you?
There's a beginning and end to everything.
Yeah.
What's the beginning of the beginning?
It had to be a supernatural power to create the world.
What's the beginning of that supernatural power?
I can't explain the beginning of a supernatural power because that supernatural power created me.
You said there's a beginning to everything, right?
Yeah, but the
Supernatural power is something, right?
the supernatural power, there's no beginning to God. There's no
That means
beginning
that,
and end. There's a
bro,
beginning and end to his son, not to him.
you just contradicted yourself. You said there's a beginning and an end to everything. Everything is all inclusive, no exceptions.
Listen, God, a supernatural being that none of us humans can define. We can't define God
Then why are you calling it supernatural? That's a definition.
because we know he's supernatural. I mean, common sense, right? It takes common sense
No,
to understand that
common sense
this
would.
world, listen for a second. This world, this planet that we are living on was not created by a human being.
How do you know that?
Tell me what human being can create and divide the waters. Tell me which human beings.
One that has advanced technology and maybe originates
You
from a
don't.
different galaxy.
Technology just came into an existence in the last 50 something years. 30,
Listen
50,
again.
50, 50 years ago, you wasn't using a cell phone. 30 years ago, you wasn't
That's
using
a
the cell
that's
phone.
a that's a type of technology. That's not a totality of technology. That's just a type of. We have our own unique type of technology that we've developed in this generation of recorded history, but we don't know what human beings could have been in the past. Anything is possible. We don't know if this is the highest glory of humanity achievable in time, right? So it's very possible that maybe human beings don't even originate from this planet, and this planet is artificially made by humans, and it's a type of human that we perhaps have not interacted with, and that come from trillions of years of human history where
There is
humans had
nothing.
already
You
achieved
see,
advanced. Hold up, hold up. Hold up.
Once you
I'm
use
trying
the
to.
word trillion or million, I know you don't know too much because everybody uses the word millions, but they don't have nothing documented from 100,000 years ago. You would tell me about history a million years ago. I can ask you, show me some
That's
documented
why you need to
history
just calm
of
down your temperature and actually
20,000 years
listen to
ago.
what I was saying. You have no clue what I was saying. You're just reacting to one word that came out of my mouth, and you completely ignored the concept I was trying to paint for you.
Bro, there is no concept you can paint for me.
What was I saying?
There is no concept you can paint for me
What
once you go into the
what
millions and trillions.
what was
Once
I
you go into the
saying?
listen, once you go into the millions and trillions, that null and void the whole conversation.
That only
Because
noise and voids it because
there is
that
nothing
only
that's a
noise
million. Go ahead, go ahead, go
that
ahead.
only noise and voids it based on your level of intelligence. So congratulations to tell me that you have limitations to your brain power because I was running a hypothetical. You know what a hypothetical is?
Yes, I know what a hypothetical is.
Yes, within a hypothetical, there is no limits to how much I can, as long as it's comprehensive and rational. You were assuming that the earth could have been made by a supreme supernatural being. I was trying to give you a hypothetical, which is very much realistically possible if we were able to find out. We can theorize that. The hypothetical itself is not true, it's not real. We don't have any evidence for it, but it's realistic enough. It's realistically possible that because we know for sure that humans as we are today can develop technology, and we don't know exactly how old humanity could have been or the humankind, right? We don't know how many kinds of humans could exist in the totality of existence. So what if there is a kind of human? Now maybe let's just say something like the Anunnakis from the ancient myth of the Sumerians. They come from a different planet, planet X. They are taller and huge. They evolved on a different planet a long time ago.
And where did you get this knowledge from?
I'm still running my hypothetical. That's why you should listen.
Yo, bro, listening is an art. And
Listen,
in the art of
listen to
listening,
comprehend rather than
you
reactively.
can determine when somebody is talking some bull crap.
Not within the context of a hypothetical that has not completely been stated. That shows that you lack intelligence, bro. Because you ought to hear my entire hypothetical so you can give me a
Yo,
proper
bro,
criticism.
I'm very knowledgeable, and
No, you're not. No,
to
you're not.
hear. I can hear half a sentence. It's just like me.
You're not. You're
Listen.
absolutely not
It's just like a
knowledgeable.
dude in the street. When you come up and you walk up into a conversation,
You are
you
not
can hear part of
knowledgeable,
the
brother.
conversation and know I don't want to be a part of this conversation. They talk
Do you
about
know how I know
bullshit.
that? Do you know how I know that you're not knowledgeable?
You can't know that because you don't
Okay,
know nothing about me.
I know it. I know that you're not knowledgeable because you don't know what knowledge is. What is knowledge?
Knowledge is common sense, brother.
I knew you was full of shit. Thank you for your time.
Knowledge is common sense.
Yeah, get out of here. Why do you guys just come up here to flex your egos or what? Come on, man.
What's up, bro?
What you got?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know why I can't hear you. Let me see. I can hear you, but like faint. Let me see.
I can hear you just
Oh, there
fine.
you go. I had to turn the volume up.
All right, what's cooking? Hello? Now I can't hear you at all. If you're here waiting for me to prove something to you, you're stupid because I said there is no God. If God doesn't exist, there's nothing to prove. Use your brain. It's the people who say that there is a God who have to prove something. Most of you are just slow like that. Most of you religious people that come up here, you're slow. Brother, you're going to
Yo,
have to send your request again because
you
I
can hear
can
me,
barely
bro?
hear you. I can hear you now. What you got?
All right. So yeah. So you said there is no God. I can't convince. Wait. I can't convince anyone. All right. Convince me.
Do you know what God is?
All powerful. God is all powerful.
Damn. Do you know what God means?
Go ahead. Tell me.
Do you know what it means?
Nah, tell me what it means. God. What does it mean?
How could you know that God is all powerful when you don't know what God means?
You asking me, do I know the definition of God? No, I don't know the definition of God. I know God is all powerful though.
That means that if you don't know the definition, how could you possibly understand anything on the subject?
What do you mean? How could I understand?
Are
I've heard
you
people. I've
state?
heard
Are
people
you
have different
claiming?
definitions of what God mean. I don't remember any of them because they always have like acronyms and they try to have their own little
Are you?
understanding.
But you're prop. You sound properly educated in the English language, so you should know the standard definition, or at least you're able to paraphrase the standard definition of God.
Well,
The
go ahead and
definition of God is not subjective linguistically.
enlighten me. Enlighten me, brother.
Within monotheistic religions or Christianity, believed to be the supreme being, creator of the universe and the source of all moral authority. That's the
Okay,
definition of the word God.
that's awesome because you know people have all these different type of acronyms. You know how they do.
That's why
But
we go to school. We go to school so that people don't have to have personal definition for shit. So we standardize. It is within that structure that we build society. We don't build society based on everybody gets to define whatever the fuck they want. That's uneducated people
so
that do that. In the circles
but
of
you do
education and
realize
intellectuals, they work with standards.
those standards change, right?
The standards change, but they don't change outside of the realm of collective understanding.
So
It's not
it used to be a
subjective.
time. It used to be a time in America where slavery was acceptable. That was knowledge. That was the common standard. Now you see that has changed. It's no longer legitimate.
That's
It's no
not
longer. It's no longer
that's
morally
not
correct.
that subject is not
People built their whole life around that standard,
brother, that
and
is
then
a
they've
complete
collapsed.
different subject. That's a complete different subject.
No, I'm speaking about how standards change,
No,
how
sir. I was
status
talking
quos
about
change.
standards within the context of linguistics.
Of linguistics. Oh, okay, okay, well,
We
yeah.
were defining the word God, and I mentioned standards. Within that context, I wasn't talking about standards within the context of different societal beliefs or social morality or anything like that. That's what you should follow along. So the
I got you,
definition of
brother.
God has a standard foundational definition. Now, people have their different subjective definitions, but just like it is, subjective means it only matters in their head. But within our common linguistic system for common understanding to facilitate communication, the word is defined. Supreme being, creator of the universe, source of all moral authority within a monotheistic religion. That's very precise because there is also gods, which is plural, which is polytheistic.
All right, so yeah, that's very well stated. Could you please enlighten me? Like when you were saying like God doesn't exist, you can convince anyone.
Human beings came up to that definition historically due to their curiosity and desire to understand the world. And because science was in an inferior state back then, there was not much that was known about the world. So a narrative was built where we assumed that the universe or the world would have to have an origin similar to the things that we make. So we invented a creator as a fictional character, and yet we sold it to ourselves as something which was real. We build traditions, build cultures, build a lot of norms around that idea within our different cultural groups. When human beings began building empires, the most dominant cultures took their ideas of God and imposed it on other groups. And as we can see today, the Euro American Empire, which is ruled by what we know as white people, they adopted the the mythological idea of God from the Jews or the ancient Israel, mixed in with few factors from ancient Greece, from ancient Rome, and from pretty much the ancient world. They created a caricature and they built their empire upon it. And that's the world we live in today. Right now, the most dominant religion in the world is Christianity and Islam, and they have similar roots, and you can definitely see the conflict, but it is fictitious in nature at its roots. It's not different from Zeus, Odin, all the other gods that we've already classified as non-existent. All other gods are the same. In fact, all gods in this world are man-made. And you need to understand the systems associated with how human beings make those gods and the reasons why. You know, powerful people understood that if you give people something or someone to fear that was beyond humanity, it is easy to put people in check. And it worked for a long time until the Americans came and said, yeah, fuck that shit. Division of church and state. Government of the people, for the people, by the people. In ancient times, the government was the government of God by the king for the people. So gods were pretty much, in another context, the power of the king. How the king would legitimize his rule by claiming divine appointment.
All right. So that kind of that in order to accept that ideology, one would have to believe that. Somebody almost hit me. So one would have to believe that that train of thought is actually true. I don't believe. I don't. I find it highly unlikely that human beings invented the concept of God. I believe the concept of God was exploited and then used all those ways that you just described. But I believe the concept of God already existed. When
In what state and in what
people thought
form?
they were worshiping the moon, people thought they were worshiping cows. They were actually acknowledging God in the clouds, God in the moon, God in the cow, God in the
No,
ocean,
sir.
God in the land.
That's a presumption that's not rooted in reality. When people were worshiping the moon, they deified it. It wasn't an unintentional act. That was a
Mm.
very intentional act.
How you know it's
It's
not?
called
How you know it wasn't
it's
an interpretation from some
because
some some observer interpreting someone else
it's
acknowledging it?
literally it's literally part of human behavior. It's called personification. We take human characteristics both in behavior and in physical anatomy, and we give it to things which are not human. We do that all the time. So when we saw the world, we didn't understand nature. So what did we do? We gave human characteristics to natural things, and then we called them gods.
No, no. Are you making an assumption, or are you making a
No, that is
solid
a
sound
fact.
solid?
That's a
So how do
fact.
how do you
In fact,
determine that as a fact? Based because it sounds like it's a lot of it sounds like you're speculating because you're drawing your own conclusions.
the god
Yeah,
of
you would have to
thunder,
have been
Thor,
there.
the god of thunder, Thor, as understood by the Scandinavians, he had the natural affinity to conduct thunder. Thunder couldn't kill him, no matter how strong the bolt was. He wielded power and commanded thunder over the skies. And every time they sailed the oceans, he would roar through the skies. That's what they believed every time they found themselves in a storm. And their myths formed around that. Odin, same thing. Zeus, with his lightning staff. He was also known as a thunderer at some point that rules over the gods of Mount Olympus. We still literally have the Olympic Games today. You know what we do with the Olympic Games? We entertain ourselves because all the the Olympian gods were part of a system of entertainment. All right. Like I said, our science is very sophisticated today, but it doesn't mean that people in the past weren't curious. They were curious too. They just didn't have time. They were either too busy fighting wars or trying to find food and water, but they needed answers. So some people made a living, literally inventing stories, and those stories would trend and become the norm. Civilizations will be built upon those. And then later on, new civilization will come and borrow from them and then change it in their own image.
But
You
what
can
about
see that.
what about the hieroglyphics and what about the pictograms that were all over ancient the world all over the ancient times that depicted flying chariots and stuff like that. They were although they call it chariots, it was just another word for a vehicle, but it was
No,
flying.
sir. No,
How do you
sir.
define that?
It's not another word for a vehicle. It's exactly what they said it was, flying chariots. Think about it. They only had one mode of transportation, animal back. So of course, if they wanted to imagine something
Well,
moving in the sky, they will do it in the image of what? Whatever mode of transportation they have, right? That's why when they imagine human beings flying, they will just take a horse and put wings on it.
so why would you say they imagined it though? What conclusive evidence do you know that it came from an imagination and not from an eyewitness?
Because such things don't exist in our world.
I mean that to your knowledge, based off your experience, right?
No,
Your knowledge your knowledge is
based
based off
on
your limited experience. Your perception is limited until
based
until you
on
have different experiences. Your perception won't evolve.
based on based on our collective, provable, testable experience. Facts. Flying
This
horses don't exist. Those only exist in myths. And if you need me to argue with you on that subject, bro, for me, that's very disqualifying. That's indicative of a very low level of education. Because, like I said, we go to school to not just learn what to believe or what to think, but to learn how to think. It's called critical thinking. All right? It's a weapon of the mind. Critical thinking gives you analytic skills.
I got a
How you
critical
could
thought for you. I got a critical thought for you. If life could evolve to live from the ocean to the land, and today we find microorganisms floating in the clouds, even some places in the Bahamas, you have fish falling from the clouds from the evaporation over the sun. But if we find microorganisms in the clouds, what's to say that life is resilient? What's to say
hold up,
that
bro.
life have
Hold up, bro.
microorganisms haven't evolved to live outside the
Hold up, bro.
stratosphere?
Did you just say fish falling off the sky?
Out of the sky, bro. Out of the sky. I bear witness to it myself. Yeah, from it come from that's not my point. My point is microorganisms have been found in the clouds. What's to say they haven't evolved to exist beyond that since they were able to evolve from the ocean and live on the land? If life is so resilient, what's to stop them from evolving to live outside, even beyond the clouds? That's a train of critical thought. What will stop? What will stop microorganisms from evolving to live beyond the clouds if we find microorganisms in the clouds?
I don't know. Maybe Donald Trump.
See now you should look. No, bro. You gotta give me some type of information, not just Donald Trump. You gotta say like that's not possible or something. Because if you say that's not possible, then that would mean you have to speak from a factual point of view, but you can't. But the fact is, we do find microorganisms living in the clouds. What's to stop them from evolving to living beyond the clouds? If they've already came from the ocean to the land, and from the land to the clouds, what's to stop them from evolving beyond that?
Bro, do you even
Living
know what
life,
clouds
microorganisms.
do you even know what clouds are?
Yeah, dog.
What's a cloud?
Cloud is vapor
Where does the vapor come from?
from the ocean.
And how long does it stay up there?
And I don't know exactly until it's too heavy to sustain the to it's too heavy to stay up. Till it turns into what's it called? Precipitation.
So just for argument's sake, if we were to find microorganisms in the clouds, where do they really come from?
The ocean, bro. What I'm saying, what's to stop them from evolving to living beyond it? If they can live, they are
What
so
what
science
what
has said.
what what, what is
Your
what is
train of
beyond
thought. You said facts, right? You said facts.
bro, what is beyond the clouds?
The stratosphere, the ionosphere, space,
So how do these microorganisms get into space?
evaporation. It's caught up in the vapor, carried into the sky, into the clouds. Even fish over the ocean. I bear witness to it in the Caribbean one time. I've seen.
Nah,
Have you ever
bro.
seen those like tornadoes
Listen,
over the
bro.
ocean?
Bro, it's okay. Let's just thank you for your time, bro. I
You didn't have no
appreciate you, all right?
answer. See, you didn't have no answer. See, I got you, B. You had no
Brother,
answer. You said you have no
brother,
answer. You never answered my question.
brother, I answered your question with my silence because that's the only answer you could.
See,
Your level of thinking is, bro. Think about it, bro. If I'm talking to a kid who is in kindergarten and I know that the subject at hand is beyond your comprehension, there's no need for me to spend an hour explaining it to that kid. They won't get it because they literally are. There's so much they have to learn this that you don't have 1 hour. You literally need 12 years to prepare them to be ready to handle that information.
you should be
Your
able to
level
answer
of
that question with no
you
issues, bro. You
you
like you said facts, and scientists have said for years, for
Ari,
ages that
Ari, Ari,
animals life could not live in methane-rich waters. But you can go to right now to Nevada in Death Valley,
Ari,
you can find methane-rich waters and fish floating in methane-rich waters. Methane-rich waters, fish swimming and surviving in methane-rich
Ari,
waters in the
Ari.
desert. What's up, bro? What's
The
up?
problem is the problem is not what you're saying. The problem is that what you're saying, it doesn't even follow. You're just saying random stuff, and the point you're trying to draw is inconclusively unrelated to the totality of the subject at hand. Like, bro,
I was just bringing up a
It's
point because you said facts. You said you was going to convince me that God doesn't exist, and then you said we
again,
use facts and all that stuff,
again,
and I showed you how
again.
facts change by
Let me ask
telling
you
you that
something.
information.
Let me ask you something. In order for someone to be convinced, what is the one character trait that is necessary?
What is the character trait that is necessary? Open-mindedness.
No,
In order to convince someone, you need to be open to
no.
receiving new information.
But that's not the one character trait that is most necessary.
What is most necessary?
Honesty.
Honesty, and
Okay.
I'm very, very honest. This is scientific fact.
Arik, a person who is in denial and uneducated, that's a
Mm.
bad toxic combination. I just told you. Do you know what fiction is?
Of course, I know what fiction is, bro.
What is fiction?
It's fake. It's a story, made up story.
Human beings made up the stories of gods. How is that hard for you to understand? All you have to do is go and examine the history of every god. You're going to trace it to some human being. There's no God in this world, no idea of God in this world that you can't trace to some human being inventing it. And I literally took time to describe it to you how we invented them within natural and cultural systems, and how they're ever changing to take the image and shape of whatever civilization. Even the idea of God in America today is not necessarily the same that the Romans had, but it does carry elements, some elements of the Roman gods. It's simple as that. It's actually not hard. Think about comics, right? You got Marvel Universe, DC Universe. Marvel invent Superman, and DC invents Shazam. Almost the same concept. An overpowered human being that can fly, shoot lasers out of their eyes for our entertainment. And we build this entire system where people dress up like it sometimes. We call it Comic Cons. When people literally sell merchandise about it. And who knows what? If 2,000 years from now, we present that information to the new generation as real, they might literally think we're out here freaking worshiping Superman. They would not know that in our day and time, that shit was just fiction. That's what has been done to us with the superheroes of the past. Those gods were the superheroes of those days and time. They literally interacted with those gods in the same way we interact with our modern day comics. Think about Jesus. There's really not that much of a difference between Jesus and Kyle, Superman. Okay? He's ready to lay down his life for the world because he's a superhero that has superpowers. And Jesus is a superhero who apparently can't be killed. And no matter how many times you kill him, he can resurrect. So guess what? These people invented this character and it's suiting. They even convinced the whole world that he died for their sins when we know that no one can die for you. Like, you die when you die. There's no such thing as someone dying for you. Certainly no such thing as someone's blood 2,000 years ago magically doing shit for you. If magic worked, why were we riding horses for 5,000 years until we actually use science to discover the steam engine? Bro, the world has moved past that superstitious level. You only have to be honest with yourself. Bro, if we had any data outside of that, bro, we could analyze that data and come to honest conclusion. Be like, okay, yeah, shit. Well, damn, we found some gods, but we ain't find none anywhere. The only ones who find is the ones human beings invent. And the human beings who invented them, you can see them. They control over people. They use it to rule over people. It's fictitious in nature. And I'm not even dealing with this. I'm trying to take a historical perspective to try to
It's not
persuade
what
you.
it's not that what you're saying is not beyond human conception, because it's conceivable within the realm of human nature. However, your pretense is like it's fallible because it's based off an assumption. You know what I mean?
What assumption?
It's
What
based off
assumption?
you're assuming that they use the idea of God for entertainment or for a lack of just curiosity, but you have no evidence of that. You're just saying that's the
Bro,
most likely conclusion you can draw.
there is overwhelming evidence of that.
There's also overwhelming evidence that every culture around the world acknowledge a higher presence. How do you denote that? How do you denounce that? How
Thank
do you
you.
defeat that?
Of course, the idea that there is something above humanity is actually an instinctive, natural inclination to humanity based on our natural fragility and the hostility of this environment. Okay? Human beings are naturally submissive creature. That's why we only thrive in social groups. Individually, we're very fragile. Individually, we can't compete with most of the other life forms on this earth. Our true strength is in our ability to gather together. As intelligent as one single human being can be, he can only be that much good compared to everything else, right? You put that motherfucker in the jungle, he's getting fucked. At some point, it won't even take more than a mosquito. So over time, we were terrified by the forces of nature. Natural disasters would literally put fear in us. So much that rumors and superstitions developed. You understand how superstitions develop surrounding natural phenomena. When a hurricane will come and people are dying, in order to comfort them, somebody will look for a story and invent something that they think can rationalize that disaster so people don't feel so down about that many people dying.
Or so, but
So
do you realize that all around the world, they've all seen lightning before. They've all seen thunder and earthquakes. And you think that by some coincidence, they all said, yo, that's not a regular earthquake. That's God. You think that's just a coincidence that all of them, all around the world, came to the same conclusion that it had to be God? Like they never experienced a storm. They never experienced the earthquake. They
bro,
never experienced the volcano.
that's what they believe. They literally believe that everything that we know today as natural, they literally believe that it was done by
I
supernatural
find
beings.
it more likely than not that it's not conceivable that they all of these people from all around the world would misanalyze like they've never experienced a tornado or anything. It's not
Bro,
plausible that all of them would come to the same conclusion, the same exact conclusion.
Bro, we have the exact same DNA. We have the exact same unique constitution, and we have the exact same tendencies, and our fears and our emotions manifest internally in the exact same way. We have the exact same fears. You take a white kid and a black kid from Africa and a white kid, and you put them in front of a tiger, they're gonna piss their pants the exact same way, bro. Like
So
literally.
I feel you, bro. I feel you. I'm on par with you, but I guess it's like when I dig a little deeper, bro. Cause I
You
arrived
don't
at that
need
notion.
to dig
I arrived at
deeper
that notion
where there
before.
is no need for you to dig deeper. The reality of our world and understanding the reality of our world is not by complicating things that are simple. Why do I have to keep repeating
But
this to
what you're
you
doing is
guys?
scratching the surface. You rather just scratch the surface and say I know everything rather
Sir,
than dig
sir,
deeper.
this is a subject upon which we have indulged in extensive investigation across different countries and across different cultures, okay? And the conclusive result is what we have done with 99% of ancient religions. We call the religions and traditions of the Romans Roman mythology. You know what mythology is? Made up
I do
stories
know a
and
Roman
fairy
myth.
tales. Yes, we have already studied the subject. We've classified 99% of it as myths. The only ones who are relevant
A myth
today
is not
are
a
the
fairy tale. A myth is not a fairy tale. Look at the definition of a myth. It's not a fairy tale, bro.
what is a myth?
A myth is like something that people haven't, like most people haven't seen that people are stating that happened. A fairy tale is something completely made up. But I find that the commonality that all of these countries from all around the world share the same commonality. That's not. It's more likelier than not that they have some inkling of truth there.
The only inkling of truth that they had is that the phenomena they were observing were actually natural phenomena and not divine phenomena. That's the only, because we also experience those same natural things today. We still get the opportunity to study them today, bro. We get lightning and thunder, and we've studied it. We haven't found Thor in the damn clouds. So how did the Scandinavians? We can go to the North Sea in Norway, where the Vikings used to sail, and we can study the thunder in there. We don't find Thor nowhere. We can read their stories about what they saw happening, concluding that it was Thor's hammer, and we can experience the exact same shit and see that it's just fucking nature. We experience hurricanes and tornadoes and all those things, and we don't see no gods doing it. We do farming, and we don't see no goddess of fertility or of agriculture. We
Do,
live
do,
in the
do you
exact
live in
same
the
fucking
states?
world. We live
Do
in
you
the
live in
exact
the
same fucking world
Do you live
as
in the states,
them.
bro? You live in the states in the United States?
Of course.
Or this is the trouble about living in the states, bro. All of our information from our education, our text, our news is all censored. So if you subscribing to something that's censored, that means they don't want you to know something. And that you can't denounce the fact that they're keeping information secret. They're censoring the information. That means they're controlling your perception, only allowing you to know what they want you to know, only allowing you to think what they want you to think, so they can induce a reaction. If they control your perception, then they can induce a
Arik,
reaction.
Arik,
I'm listening,
science
bro.
is the systematic study of the physical and natural world through experimentation, comparing theories against evidence obtained. If you have analytic skills, regardless what pool of information you're dealing with, you can logically deduce, you can properly analyze. You understand? Conspiracy theories about what they're hiding, I do agree. There's a level of information that's concealed. But the
Hmm.
information that is available to us is sufficient enough to give us a good perspective of what life would have been back then.
I
We
can't
can
trust
also
that,
see
bro.
we
If you
can
don't have
also
all the
see
variables, how can you
we
make a? If
can
you don't have all the variables,
bro,
how can you come to the right conclusion?
Arik. We can also see the remnants of the civilizations they built. We have raw data. All right?
But even the data, like I just said, if you don't have all the variables, how can you properly equate? If you don't have all the
We
variables,
have
how can you
that is why
properly
you're not
equate
looking for
anything?
all the variables. You want information beyond shadow of doubt. That's what
We
institute
we want
that's what
information so we can make an informed decision. But if the information is limited to what they're willing to share and keep other stuff secret, then you have no choice but to arrive at a false notion. You're gonna end up arriving at the notion that they want you to arrive at. That's why they're keeping the information secret, safeguarding it.
the only information they keep secret is information that can dethrone them. And you want to know who is the custodian? You want to know that do you know the one information they give us for free the most? The fucking Bible.
Even
If
the
you
Bible has books removed
Eric,
from it.
Eric, Eric, if you're gonna mistrust the information we give today because they only give us information to control us, you should definitely mistrust the idea of God. Because the true reality of the world, if you knew it, you realize that you don't have to bow to anyone. There's no supernatural. This world is free for all. First come, first serve. Strongest motherfucker gets it all. All right? By your logic, you should scrap all fucking religion. Because these systems, no matter how rational they are, they literally still allow religion to hang around. They allow you to go to church. They allow you to imagine gods, to pray and worship them. They don't conceal that.
All right, okay,
They,
I got you. I got a rebuttal for that.
no, Irene.
Go
The
ahead.
information they conceal has everything to do with science. That's why patents are secrets. Companies hide their secrets. What will give you wealth? What will give you health? You understand? That's what they conceal. But the information they do give you, it just turns you into a dumbass who doesn't know the difference between real shit and fake shit. Who doesn't know the difference between reality and myths.
I agree. I agree 100%.
So you've defeated your
100%.
own point. By your own logic, you should understand that God really doesn't exist. God is a political tool that is used to keep people domesticated. Because within religious system, within the God system, there is this natural demand that human beings should submit. That's why within all God systems, there's a slavery hiding beneath the shadow. Because human beings naturally are required to bow, to submit, even when there's no need for us to submit. And
So
that makes us easy to control. It's
so
literally the domestication of the human species.
hmm, domestication of the human species.
When human beings started domesticating animals, the smarter ones among them figured out that humans are just animals too. We can be domesticated, but we cannot be domesticated just by force. That a more efficient way of domestication is when they give us information that makes us think a specific way, and then we get caught in repetitive habits. Information that kills our curiosity to really know the truth, so they can substitute the truth with made up stories and we won't know the difference. That's really how you domesticate a dog. Then you don't really need to put that dog in a cage. You don't even need a yard. You can send that dog outside and that motherfucker will never fucking cross the road. Cause you got that motherfucker well tamed. But a dog that is free, that will not listen to your ass, you better put a leash around that motherfucker's neck. An actual leash. But a dog that has been well domesticated, oh, you don't need a leash around his neck. Shit, even if you kicked him out of the house, he ain't going.
All right.
Think
Yeah,
of
I
a
agree.
sheep.
I agree 100%. I agree 100% with
That
that.
is the power of religion. That's why religion is relevant.
That's
All
the
right?
power of controlling one's perception. That's not religion.
That is the power. I'm very precise. That is the power of religion.
I said
Have
that's
you
the power of controlling one's perception. If you knew better, you would do better. Meaning, like, if you knew more information, like the dog, if it never knew that it was on a chain or it couldn't go out, it would travel. If you cultivated a perception for the dog that it couldn't leave, then it would never do that.
that
Perception.
is the power of religion. I wasn't talking about freaking perception. My subject at hand here is God and religion. That's exactly what religion does. It is the old world order. That was the ancient form of government. The idea, the title of God is a title of a ruler within a monarchy. Just like within a democracy, you can have a governor, you can have a president, a vice president, a senator, a congressman. Those are different ranks within a democracy. Within a monarchy, you have a noble. No, you have a knight. No, actually, you start with the peasants. Then you go to a knight. Then you go to a noble. Thank you for the galaxy, my sister. Thank you so
And
much.
a priest. Don't forget the priest.
Hold up. Peasant, knight, noble. A noble could be anyone. It could be a priest, a philosopher, whatever. A king, a queen, an emperor, a demigod, a god, and a supreme god.
So you said
Those
that's a title of nobility from the royals, a demigod.
the idea of God is the word God fundamentally is a title that's given to an individual within a government system, a monarchy. Like I said,
So
democracy is a form.
which monarchy have a god? Name one.
Pharaohs were gods. Pharaohs
Pharaoh
were
was a
gods.
pharaoh.
Pharaohs. The
Pharaoh is a title
Darius,
in itself. Pharaoh is a title. Pharaoh is not a god. Pharaoh is the pharaoh.
bro, I can't help you if you're ignorant, bro.
No, you're saying that a pharaoh is a god. It's documented a pharaoh is a pharaoh.
Bro, pharaohs were worshipped as gods. That was, they could have more than one fucking title, bro. The word pharaoh is not an English word. What does it mean?
The last time I checked, pharaohs don't even believe in God. Neither does like intellectual people. Most intellectual peoples don't believe in God either because they like more believe in the face value.
Arik, do you know about the 42 affirmations of Mahat?
I've heard a little bit about the 42 affirmations.
Where does that come from?
I'm not sure, bro. It's not in my school of a school of thought.
Nah, bro, none of what I'm talking about right now is on your school of thought because that's from Egypt. And it's literally talking about affirmations that you make, okay? Let me read that 42 affirmations of God for you, okay? This is where Moses got his 10 commandments from, supposedly, all right? This is from Egypt. 42 affirmations. You guys don't study and y'all just come up here.
I mean, look,
The 42
I like what you're
affirmations of
saying. You got some
Mahat
good
are,
information, bro.
hold up, bro. The 42 affirmations of Mahat are a modern positive reinterpretation of the ancient Egyptians' negative confessions, or the 42 laws of Mahat. Mahat was a divine goddess in ancient Egypt, all right? Found in the Book of Dead, Papyrus Ani. In antiquity, the deceased recited these confessions of innocence during the weighing of the heart ceremony in the afterlife to affirm they had lived an ethical life. These modern affirmations are presented as positive statements, transforming the original "I have not committed X" into phrases like "I am X" or "I honor X." Now, let me actually read a few of them to you so you can see what it is. Hail, Usek Nemet, who cometh forth from Anu. I have not committed sin. This is actually as stated in the original. You know who Anu is? Anu is
Yeah, I
not
knew.
even an Egyptian. Anu is not even an Egyptian deity. That's a Sumerian deity. But you can tell that Sumeria was an empire before Egypt. And Egypt, in those days, Egypt was not even Egypt, it was Kemeth. Anu is the
So were
king.
those living? Were those living flesh and blood people? That goddess you spoke of, and that deity that you just
No,
spoke of, were those flesh and
no,
blood human?
no. These are ideas within which they
Hmm.
constructed their
Hmm.
morality. That is why the 42 affirmations is called negative confessions. That's what the Egyptians saw it as, negative confessions. Today we see it as affirmation. We reinterpreted them as affirmations. So rather than saying, I have not committed sin, you can say, I am not sin. So the second one says, Hail, Hepketh, who cometh forth from Kiehara. I have not committed robbery with violence. I have not stolen. I have not slain men or women. I have not stolen grain. I have not purloined offerings. I have not stolen the property of God. I have not uttered lies. I have not carried away food. I have not uttered curses. I have not committed adultery. I have made none to weep. I have not eaten the heart. I have not attacked any man. I am not a man of deceit. I have not stolen cultivated land. I have not been an eavesdropper. I have not slandered anyone. I have not been angry without just cause. I have not debauched the wife of any man. I have not debauched the wives of other men. I have not polluted myself. I have not terrorized none. I have not transgressed the law. I have not been angry. I have not shut my ears to the words of truth. I have not blasphemed. I am not a man of violence. I have not been a stirrer of strife. I have not acted with undue haste. I have not pried into other people's matters. I have not multiplied my words in speaking. I have not wrong known. I have done no evil. I have not worked witchcraft against the king. I have not raised my voice. I have not cursed God. I have not acted with arrogance. I have not stolen the bread of the gods, plural, in
Mm.
this sense.
All right, and the witchcraft thing. So even the king feared spirits. He feared the power of.
Bro,
It's even written in it's
how is
written
it
in the
that
affirmation. I have not
how
I have
how
not
is it that how is
performed
it that you
witchcraft on the king.
how is it that you still don't get it? Bro, they made this shit up in the exact same way that the founding fathers of America came together and wrote a damn constitution, bro. This is the
There
constitution.
you go. That's a good point. That's a
They
great
made
point.
it up. Human beings make this shit up because people believe in gods. You can notice that all the behaviors in here sounds like the kind of problems they would have been having in those days. How do you keep motherfuckers in check? You got to give them a law, and you can't give them a law that they got no reason to follow, that there is no fear, there's no punishment associated with it. They didn't have the technology we have today. So how do you domesticate people, including motherfuckers that live so far in the mountain that you can't control? You teach them information that will keep them in check, even when you don't have a leash around their neck. So guess what? In ancient times, countries didn't have constitutions. They had holy scripture, what they used to call holy scripture. They'll get a bunch of smart motherfuckers to write some laws down and present it to the people as divine. So when the Americans came with the idea of, actually the British with the Magna Carta, the British were the first ones to introduce something similar to the modern day constitution in around the year 1200. It's called the Magna Carta.
Yeah, I
You
know
should
about the
study it.
Magna Carta. I know about it.
Yeah, there you go. The idea, and then the Americans came with the idea that we don't need a constitution They call it the Bills of Rights.
There you go.
And because there was a king in England that was taxing them over here, you know where the king in England was getting his authority from? From God. So the American founding father was like, we're going to do reverse psychology on him. That we have found this truth evident that all men are created equal and given certain unalienable rights by God. So that God that you say gave you the right to rule over us, that motherfucker gave us the exact same right as you. Now argue with us. And the king was like, well, fuck no, I'm going to send my soldiers over there. They were like, guess what? Now that we know, let's preach it to the fellow human beings here. So the founding fathers took that idea and preached it to the other dumb motherfuckers that were around there, that look, you don't have to obey the king. You don't have to go through the king to get to God. They cut off the head of the serpent. You take away the divinity, the king ain't shit. Because that's how kings used to get their power.
Right.
That's how
So
you can have that's how you can have a 400-pound old man commanding a bunch of well-fit, strong motherfuckers. Because those strong motherfuckers will not break the law because they think that motherfucker is there by divine appointment.
right,
So
by God, right? So even the king bows to God.
the king does not bow. He is God. He is the head. So because God is invisible, and most people don't know that God is invisible because he doesn't exist, the excuse they will give them is because, oh, God doesn't live in this world. But as long as God is not here, the king is the one who represents God. So everybody bows to the king. That's why you notice that in all religious traditions, the way people treat gods is really the way kings want to be treated. People pray to God. That's how people go to the king. You pray to the king, really. The king had the ability to answer prayers. If you and your neighbor were disputing over land, you go to the king. You both pray to the king, and the king will make judgment. And the just king will try to know the details. A king who don't give a fuck, he will just look at one of you and decide, like, okay, it's your land. You get the fuck out. It used to happen.
Yeah.
That's how
You
it
just
was.
painted a crazy picture in my head, bro. You just painted a crazy picture in my mind, bro. And I imagine the king fearful of God to the point where he wrote laws stating like I was appointed by God and you better follow my rules because God put me in this position.
Bro, most kings, especially in kingdoms or civilization that lasted a couple of 100 years, most kings, by the time they came into being, it was already the tradition because most of those kingdoms will have dynasties. So you don't
Right.
even know how the fuck kings became kings. Your dad died
Yeah.
when you were 5 and you were
It's
the heir to the
lineage.
throne. Your dad died when you were 5, you were the heir to the throne, and you grew up fat. You never fought no fucking wars. There was always people to do everything. All you gotta do is sit on the throne and everybody does what you say. And even you yourself, you wonder why the fuck these motherfuckers do. And then that's why they grew the pride. Until we have the French Revolution that also inspired the American Revolution. You know what the French did to their king and their queen? To King Louis and Marie Antoinette, the queen? Bro, when the French, there was so much hunger in French, the commoners decided that they were gonna kill everybody in the nobility. So they started accusing them of destroying the country and starving the people. So pretty much if you were a noble in France in those days, you had to run away. Those who didn't run away, they were caught and put through the guillotine. You know what a guillotine is, right?
Yeah, I know what a guillotine is.
Yeah. That's where the guillotine became famous.
So they were
But then
decapitating
again,
people.
like I said, within that system of government, that's where the authority of the king comes from. Now, within our modern system of government, where does the authority of the president comes from, or of the highest ruler in the land comes from?
You repeat that, bro. You said it a little bit. The last part I didn't hear.
In the ancient world, the power of the kings, who is the highest ruler in a land, they claim that their power came from God. Now, in our modern system of democracy, where does the power of the president, who is the highest ruler in the land, come from?
In America, the power come from the government, come from the people, but it still come from God. It come from the king. I guess America is
Ari,
derived from what?
Ari,
Britain, London.
you see how you confuse yourself
Yeah,
when you
it
take
sounds
something
confusing, bro,
simple.
because I don't
No,
know
listen,
exactly what you
listen,
mean. What's your
Ari,
point?
listen. The old world order, which was religion, was the government of God by the king for the people. That's the formula that those human beings invented so that they could rule over people. And in those days, some people were permanently peasants, some people were slaves. People had no power.
Subjects. Right.
People had no power. So when the American Revolution came, the reason why that new idea became so popular that most countries in the world adopted it is because it took the peasants and gave them some semblance of validity. So it became the government of the people, no longer the government of God, by the people, no longer the king, for the people. So they decided that fuck God, fuck the king. We the people gonna make our own choices. We don't gonna read your damn scripture. We're gonna write our own fucking constitution. This is the new world we live in. And you want to know what?
Right.
This is not happening in isolation. These are all revolutions that followed the Reformation, which was when the Catholic Church, which used to rule with autonomy and impunity, right, was
Right.
dethroned or was fractured by the Protestant Reformation. And then you had the Renaissance. What was the Renaissance? You know what the Renaissance was?
Yeah, yeah.
The rebirth of learning. That's what Renaissance means. So human beings started learning again. They came out of the Dark Ages. Have you ever heard of the Dark Ages?
Yes, sir, I have.
Oh, good. So they came out of the Dark Ages, which was a time when that was the most illiterate time in European history, when most Europeans were the dumbest because there was a bunch of plagues, a lot of wars. They were fighting a lot of crusades. There were more women than men, so most women couldn't get married. Most men were coming back from war with PTSD. They were just fucked. And then the church used to rule, and the church was vicious as fuck. Women were surprised as fuck. Bro, it was a terrible time in Europe until eventually the Reformation, which was, well, who gave the Pope the authority to tell us what the fuck to do? Because by that time, the Catholics had pretty much rebranded Christianity to where they made all the rules. Fuck Jesus. We tell you what Jesus is. We tell you when Jesus comes. That's why if we give you the white Jesus, you better worship this motherfucker. It's a man-made system. They rule. They're the government. So Martin Luther wrote those 99 Theses, and then John Calvin and all the other reformers, and then there was a fracture in the authority of the government. Even the Church of England, the King of England decided, I ain't listening to no damn Pope. I'm the fucking king in my kingdom. We don't need no Catholic Church over here. From this day on, I'm now the head of the fucking church. So the King of England, still to today, is the head of the Church of England. He took, and you know, the Pope is also a king.
Yeah, I
He is
know a
the
lot
king.
about the Pope.
He is the king of Vatican City. And yet, he's also the representative of God on earth. In fact, the Catholic Church is a perfect model of how ancient civilization was structured, bro. You see the way the Pope walk around, people worship that motherfucker, treat him like he's holy? That's how ancient kings used to be. But it used to be worse, because if you didn't bow, they'll beat your ass. They can even kill your ass. It's a man-made system. And you can't sit down here and tell me that you think the damn Pope is a god. And yet all these
No, no,
Catholics are out
no.
here doing, all
No,
these
I don't
Catholics
believe
are out
that.
here doing, he's the head of state. The Vatican City is a country. But that is the last old formula of government. Even the King of England doesn't have the same power as the Pope. Every Catholic church is an embassy of Vatican City. Literally, the Catholic Church or the Vatican has an embassy in every neighborhood in the fucking Western world. They have an
Hey, bro, you,
embassy. When the priest take their vow, they are first and foremostly a soldier before they are a priest. So the priests are the knights of the kingdom of Rome. The cardinals are the princes, and the Pope is the king. And the authority of their government is within the religious system that they've called Christianity. The Europeans
hey,
rebelled against that shit.
hey,
America was born out of it.
Baganga,
Was out.
can you know you my brother, right? Hey, your whole vibe is my vibe, bro. I fucking love you. Let me tell you what, bro. I've been calling you Bakari all this time. I've been checking you out, bro. But it's some people in the comments that really want to speak with you, bro. I feel like they're going to speak to you from a theological point of view, maybe something from theology or something. But I want to say it's a pleasure, bro, and I'm excited to talk to you, man.
Arik.
You really reinforce my belief in God.
Arik.
I love you so much, my man.
Arik.
What's up, bro?
You know the beauty of what I do?
Yeah.
You're just a
You
medium.
talk of what the beauty is that you induce the idea of God, and that's so
Arik,
much powerful, so powerful, bro.
Arik, Arik. Remember what I told you is the number one quality a person needs in order to be convinced?
Yes, sir.
And I knew that you don't have that quality. Why do you think I still engage with you?
Bro, I do have that quality. I'm open
No,
minded for
sir.
sure, bro.
No, I didn't. It's not open mindedness. The word is honesty.
And I'm super honest. But everything you said
Do,
about
do,
the king
let me
bowing,
ask you something.
about the king
What is
claiming to
honesty?
be appointed by God, it just
What
like
is honesty?
reinforced me.
What is honesty?
Honesty, bro, like being forthcoming.
About what you know, rather
Yeah.
than what you believe you know.
Right,
Two
right.
different things.
Exactly.
What
Exactly, bro.
you know is rooted in data and facts that could be analyzed and can be peer reviewed so someone else can look at that data as understood and come to the same conclusion, right?
Right,
It's not
right.
sentimental in nature. You see, all this information I just gave you, it requires that you have you will have to have
Honest.
studied world history to a very strong foundation to understand exactly as I was presenting it to you. So what I did was that I used you as a medium. I used part of your ignorance as a medium to share that with my audience. That's mostly what my guests are for. Okay. At the end of the day, whether you are convinced or not depends on your intelligence. Like I said, I'm not the one who invented religion or gods, and I'm not the reason why the idea of God has lost relevance and is continues to lose relevance. I'm not the reason why science is excelling and science presents us with a different narrative than religion. Okay? That's not me. I am just regurgitating the reality as it is. Whether you people like it or not, we're now in the age of artificial intelligence. Literally, bro, we are fucking creating a new life form, and motherfuckers still out here believing in gods. By the time you guys wake up from fucking sleep, you won't have a job. You won't be able to do shit. You're gonna go right back to being that damn peasant because your ass didn't get up and realize that the revolution started all those years ago. And these motherfuckers went back and rebranded and they used the only real power on earth, which is science, and they want to build a system where they can reclassify your ass as a peasant. Shit, if it was up to them, we black people should be fucking extinct because we take up a lot of fucking
Never
space
meant
in
to.
this world that they don't
Yeah,
think that we
we was
should.
never meant to survive. We was never meant to survive according to history.
And guess what? You know why we survived? Not because of gods. All those gods weren't there, but because of our natural biology. And we are slacking. We are fucking slacking. And the reason why I am on TikTok is predominantly to wake people up to the priority, the most important knowledge that is essential for our survival as a group in this world. Not just that we survive, but that we can help other groups survive. Why everybody else? If we survive, we're not gonna do no shit to nobody else. Is to understand the world that we live in. The first thing we must understand is that we don't live in a supernatural world, we live in a natural world. Anything that's possible in this world can only be done naturally. So we must understand the nature of the world and then wield that power. And we found the most effective way to wield it is through science. And
Yeah.
we have samples of what science can do.
So
Our our
I look at it
our
like things manifest through sincerity and conviction. So like once you sincerely believe something, you can manifest it because you believe it can be done. So like
no 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 no
sincerity
no
is
no
the
no.
way everything is created.
Let me edit what you just said a little bit. Once you believe something sincerely, you become hostage to it. And the problem here is that human beings can believe lies sincerely.
That's all right.
So if you believe the truth sincerely, you won't be hostage to it because the truth is useful to the person who believes it. But the lie is always useless to a person who believes it. That's the power of a scammer. That's
Yeah.
the psychology that the scammer exploit in order to scam his victim. His victim must believe the soup he is selling. But in the time that the victim believes it, that belief will completely warp the perception of that person's reality. And by the time they come to it, the scammer is gone. And then all they're left with is regret. All right. You see, the
Yeah.
Native American Indians, if they knew what I knew today, this continent would be completely different today. All right. They will still be running around here in their millions. This is a perfect example of a group of people who were powerful, who were resourceful, who were intelligent. Look at the pyramids they built on this side of the world. These were not dumbasses, bro. They have found a way to coexist with their environment. These motherfuckers didn't have fucking ACs or air conditioners, but they live in the exact same place that we live today, and half the time we can't even survive without all the modern instrumentations. But how did they go extinct? They got complacent. They didn't want to get rid of the damn fiction. They saw the white man and the good things the white man brought, and they chose to approach it from a superstitious perspective. By the time they woke up, by the time they woke up and realized that the visitor had bad intentions, it was too late. We Africans, our resilience came because everything in our land rose up to fight for us. The mosquitoes, the insects, the disease, and the fact that we were very diverse and polygamy was the shit. So our population wasn't greatly reduced.
He said that was conviction. Polygamy was the shit, bro. I bet it was. Hey, I
Bro,
love this guy, bro.
listen. No black man in this world should ever, no black person in this world should ever disrespect polygamy, because the polygamous family structure is a family structure that we had already mastered, bro. And let me tell you the most important thing about polygamy that black people lack today, which is one of the major reasons why black people are unproductive. First of all, there's a major difference between men and women. Men, it doesn't matter which race, naturally work good together. All right? We have been primed by war over time to have near perfect teamwork. Women, that gender, it doesn't matter which race, they don't work good together. Let me repeat myself because some of you guys don't pick it up. Men, the male species of the human being across all human civilization, have always been the ones who go to war. And war necessitates a type of teamwork discipline that we have been, all the expectations, all the stereotypes that are imposed upon us men require that we work together. That's why we have literally built this world. The roads we drive on, the instruments we use, we built them. Women were nurturers of the household. Every woman would have loved to have her own domain. The only institution within society where women had a chance to work together was within marriage, in a polygamous household. So the necessary ingredient for the success of a polygamous household is a healthy competition between women that does not become toxic. When 5 or more women can equally work together to elevate a successful man, producing offspring, nurturing offspring, you can come back in 50 years, you can find a man with his 5 wives, you will find almost 10,000 people. You find almost 20,000 people. You will find a nation. That's how nations were built. You guys can sit in here and you think, I'm not here to cater to your feelings. I'm here to tell you the truth. Nations were not built by one man and one woman. Nations were built by one man and many women. We African people, the reason why we still got a bunch of fucking tribes today, go to Africa today. Average African country, you got like 250 tribes in Cameroon. You got almost 300 tribes in Nigeria. Well, you know how a tribe begins? A tribe begins with one man. But that one man probably had 20, 50 wives. And then within 20 years, he's got 50 sons who themselves can marry 5 wives each, and they're powerful enough to make war. You come back after 200 years, you have 100,000 people. You come back after 1,000 years, you have 20 million people. That's how tribes. Okay, let me give you an example. There's a tribe known as the Fulanis. The Fulanis all have the same origin, okay, the same ancestor. The Igbos in Nigeria, 50 million strong, they have the same ancestor, okay. The Oromo in Australia, the Zulus, those are all tribes that have their origins from one man. Polygamy was a family structure. There's different types of family structure. Monogamy is just one of them. Even in small African communities, you have polyandry in some aspects, where some women that raised to prominence had multiple men. Usually those women were very rare, but those are like queens and stuff like that. And those women very rarely will go out to war. So when I say that we should never disrespect polygamy as black people, we are literally in this world today because of that system of family. And you want to know what happened when we adopted the European system of family structure, monogamy? all of a
started
sudden black
dying
women
off.
didn't know how to work together anymore. So now there's this natural tension between black women that the black family needs, because the black man, first of all, is naturally polygamous. I'm going to tell you that.
Mm.
There's no male
I
species in
kind
this
of lean
world.
towards that. Sorry about that, buddy. Go ahead.
Whether
I
you lean
agree
towards
with.
that or not, listen, whether you lean towards that or not, that's just a fact of biology.
Yeah, because
All right.
it makes total sense, buddy. It makes sense. And only
So,
thing
and our women complimented us. They complimented that. Okay, rather than me going to sleep around with 20 women, I could just have 5 wives that understand our family role. And then within that structure, I have a little bit of diversity. I don't have to be promiscuous. But then I have the possibility to build a nation. That is why there's a certain type of respect that men require in Africa today, which men shouldn't really get, because we don't build our families like that anymore. Every man was
right,
like a king in his own household. Every man was like a king in his own household. At least every young man, that's what you were aspiring for. And not just any man can be married to 5 women. You had to be of extreme discipline,
right, right.
because
Yep,
all it takes is one of them women to poison your ass, then you gone.
yep,
They're
yep.
gonna cook your
Hey, this is
food,
my dog, bro. This is my homie,
bro.
man.
Bro, they're
I don't
gonna
know
cook
how
your
I know
food.
you, bro. I know you all the way, bro. I know you, dog. Hey, I
Listen,
want
in America
to.
right now, if black people ever get a chance, we need to create a structure that will allow black men to tame their sexual urges. And I think polygamy is a solution. But I don't think that today's women are ready for it.
All right. I don't think they're
They're
ready
not
either.
ready for
Not
that
not today.
conversation.
Not
Yeah,
today. Not at all.
not
Not in
today.
America, at least.
Yes,
And,
sir.
but I want to say this, bro. I want to say this, bro. Since you got so like I found awareness of God's presence in my life, bro. And now I'm aware that my actions reflect my awareness of God's presence in my life. And far too often, people's actions reflect their lack of the awareness of God's presence in their life. And even though they're not aware of their reflection, they still have one. And I'm confident. I'm confident. If you keep talking about you can prove that God doesn't exist, yeah, I know you're gonna disagree. If you keep talking about you can prove that God doesn't exist, eventually you're gonna find yourself at a crossroad where you're gonna believe like you ain't have no choice but to say, yeah, God has to exist.
Eric, unfortunately, I don't know who else you talk to on the internet, but if there's one man in this world that would never happen to, that's me. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I have mastered the idea of God. I was a Christian for 25 years, and I wasn't just any dumbass Christian. From a very young age, I stood above my peers, because for me, this was an important subject. I set up from when I asked my mom a question, okay? Let me share a little bit of background with you. I was younger than 5 years old. I asked my mom a question, and my brain was already thinking at that level. I don't like to brag about it, but I've always been a very curious kid. Mommy, who created God? My mom couldn't answer that question. She just told me, when you get to heaven, you can ask God. So I sat down and I look at all the old people in my community, and I'm just like, bro, it's gonna take a long time for me to get old before I die and go to heaven. I don't want to wait that long. So naturally, the only thing to do is when I go to church, I should pay attention. I should take that book that the adults read and I should read it. By the time I was 13, there was no Bible verse, no Bible story that I didn't know. By the time I was done on reading the book, memorizing the book, I invested time now in understanding the book. When I understood it from my specific denominational perspective,
Hmm.
I went and looked at it from different denominational perspective. When I
Right.
was done with Christianity, ultimately I had to ask the question, the most difficult question that any Christian could ask themselves. And most Christians just don't have the balls to ask that kind of question, because for them,
What's the
it would
question? What
just,
was the question? I'm curious.
are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm Christian.
All right. You say you're an honest person, right?
I'm very honest.
So I
If I
want you
want to
to
be
answer me.
completely honest, I believe in God, and then that makes me a part of all religions.
It's okay.
I'm not really
No,
religious.
no,
God
no,
got
no.
me
It's
finding
okay.
awareness of God's presence didn't make me religious. It made me a revolutionary.
No, it's okay, brother. If you're a Christian, it's fine. It's okay. If you're not a Christian, just say you're not. Are you a
No,
Christian or not?
I most certainly am.
Okay, that's fine. There's no harm in that. Now, this is my question. I want you to answer me with a yes or a no. I don't want you to give me any extra information. So if
Go
you have to
ahead.
think about the question very well, give me a solid yes or no. All right?
Sure.
As a Christian, have you ever asked yourself this question with a mind ready to engage on the journey to find the true answer to this question or to solve the problem that this question creates? And this is the question. Is it possible that a God could exist even if Christianity was completely a lie?
Absolutely.
If you believe that, what do you do naturally?
What do I do naturally? What do you mean? Like breathe and walk and talk and stuff?
No,
Naturally?
sir. What would naturally follow if you ask that question and you answer with a
Oh,
yes?
yeah. So you said if Christianity didn't exist,
No,
my
I didn't say. I
natural.
said no. Christianity exists, but
Uh,
is it possible that God could exist even if the Christianity was a false religion?
absolutely, 100%.
Even if the Bible was a lie?
Absolutely, 100%.
Naturally, what would you do?
I would seek God,
Which one?
the only God that exists, the only true God.
That's still Christianity.
No, bro, because that's why I argue with Christians all the time. I argue with Christians and Muslims and Jewish people because they all think they have a monopoly on
Ari,
God. They all think
Ari,
they have a monopoly.
Ari,
Like they
Ari.
all. Let me finish, bro. They all think they
No,
have a
no, no, no,
monopoly on
no, no.
God.
Hold
So
up,
like they all
hold on, my
find.
brother. You didn't hear the question. Even if Christianity was completely a lie, so the idea of a one only true God, you have to be able to consider that idea is also completely a lie. So if you haven't really asked that question and really answered it honestly, if you're not willing to consider the possibility that God could not exist completely at all, and then, like I said, naturally, if you are a Christian and you understand that Christianity could be a false religion, you will first of all examine your journey as a Christian and all the time you've invested as a Christian. Are you willing to invest the same amount of time and commitment to study another idea of God, maybe from the Islamic perspective, to come to a determination if possibly Christianity being a false religion makes Islam the true one? And if you study Islam with that kind of dedication, what you will realize is that everything that makes Christianity a false religion also makes Islam a false religion. Naturally, you move on to the next religion, Hinduism. You realize that also the exact same thing that makes Christianity and Islam false religion makes Hinduism false. By the time you go through all the religions in this world, you will realize that all the religions in this world are all lies for the exact same reason. And you want to know the reason?
Yes, please.
Human beings invented them. And the true reality of the world can only be found through the method of science, because science comes with evidence rather than conviction. So the evidence science produces remains true and consistent regardless of how we feel about it. It works. Even if I get into my car and I don't believe that car is going to work, and you literally just sit there and you tell me to do all the things I need to do to start it, it would start. The truth of how that car works it doesn't depend on my knowledge of the car. It doesn't even depend on my feelings about the car. That's why that's why we've been able to achieve this much success. So as far as all the questions that religion was pretty much playing scam with us, to answer those questions, we will have to follow the scientific method. If we want to find if there is life beyond this world, we have to do it scientifically. If there's other dimensions, we'll have to find it scientifically. If there's ways to prolong the human life, we'll have to do it scientifically. If there's a way to resurrect a human body once it's dead, we'll have to do it scientifically. And what is science fundamentally? I said to you, the systematic study of the physical and natural world. So we already figured out that we don't live in a supernatural world, that supernatural worlds don't exist, that we live in a physical and natural existence. And that the most effective method to harness the power of this physical and natural universe is to systematically study it. That is why our study of the physical and natural world allows us to defy the laws that govern it, like gravity, like even disease. We can prolong our lifespan. The idea of a vaccine, you introduce a small amount of a disease in the person's body so the body can develop immunity. The fact that now we can even do transplant of complete body organs. 10,000 years from now, everything that those people in those books dreamt of, we will be doing it. And what we will be dreaming of will be something far beyond your imagination. But we will be doing it, not believing it. That is why where we are right now, while you're over here thinking about God and thinking your awareness of God, there is some scientist somewhere thinking about how he can take a rock and make that rock think and do what he wants that rock to do. Not using magic, but using technology. Technology implies a technique. Technique implies a method. Method implies knowledge. That knowledge has to be consistent with reality to work. Science works. So even if there were some beings out there which are gods, they're all natural beings. So even if angels exist, they are 100% natural beings, like humans. Not exactly like humans, but like a different species of beings. If demons, they'll have to be natural. If they have any knowledge and any wisdom, it literally is a type of science. Because they would have to systematically study, do experiments, discover, and then turn into technology. So if the world was made, if this earth was made, it had to have been made using science. That's why human beings, once we figured it out, we're not waiting for God to come and do it. We just do it our fucking self. Now, we know that no single one of us can accumulate all that knowledge in one generation. So we've created a system of transmutation of information to where every generation comes, we compete among ourselves, take our highest achievement, pass it on to the next generation, and they improve upon it. We are now at the point where we can destroy entire nations with weapons of mass destructions. In the future, we will have weapons of planetary destructions. In some distant future that you and I probably can't imagine, we might even have weapons of galactic destructions. Because we've also studied ourselves using science, and we figured out that our potential is limitless. That our only true limitation is the mortality of our flesh. So we decided to wage war on the mortality of our flesh. That's what
Well,
our medical system is. Our entire medical system is a journey to immortality. And the rest of us, we're all guinea pigs for a future generation of human beings who are going to find out, who are going to discover how to prolong human life beyond limit. Every little hospital, every little clinic, every little research, that's all the knowledge of humanity. There will
right.
be
So
a generation of humans, okay, that will have a vaccine that would make it possible for spontaneous and continuous cellular regeneration that will completely eliminate disease. That is scientifically possible. The only true obstacle to that is our ability to work with each other. That's why, in my opinion, it doesn't matter which kind of power exists. If human beings become exposed to the knowledge of an external existence, we have the ability to learn anything. So our very existence by nature is a threat to anything that could exist. Anything else that exists, we are a threat because we are creatures that have the ability to work together and store information together. If our population right now are 8 billion, but if our population reaches 1 trillion, can you imagine the amount of geniuses that could be born? Bro, one thing we have never witnessed in this world is every single human on this planet working together to accomplish a singular goal intentionally. Right now, half of us is chasing fucking religion. Half of us are trying to conquer. Half of us are out here looking for a next vacation. Half of us can't pay our bills. If the day ever comes that humanity faces a common enemy, we would see a side of humanity that is unbelievable. In that moment, bro, our diversity will become like superpowers, bro.
Right.
So we can't even, when we talk about who made the world, we can't even eliminate the possibility of ourselves because we don't know everything about our past in totality. What we do know is that empires rise and fall, but we don't really know the true peak of all the empires that came before us, even the ones that never were recorded. We have somewhat of evidence that there were civilizations that did some crazy shit in the past that even with our modern level of technology, we're having difficulty comprehending. And that can only insinuate that within certain disciplines, there were some civilizations in the past that surpassed us. Bro, with the power of science, we can wield electromagnetic waves in the same way that we use machines to do Wi-Fi. Our bodies can conduct electricity with a little bit of support of technology. And you want to know the one technology that we have today that is leading us in that Neuralink, okay? Bro, the people who even start doing this shit, they don't see the world like you. They're not thinking about gods and devils. They only see the world as in power, brain, data, analyze, convert, innovate, create. And like I
Yep.
was saying to you earlier, we can only figure out the world by reverse engineering it. Just like if I was walking down the street and I saw a phone and I have no idea what it is as a device, but I start studying it piece by piece. And the more I study it, the more I realize what every single part is made of. Then I go and look for the materials that I see that the thing is made of, and I try to replicate it. And through try and error, over and over and over and over and over and over, I'm finally able to make it. The one I make, I can use it to call people. I can use it to take pictures. And then all of a sudden I'm thinking, damn, whoever made this one, that's what they were trying to achieve. Now let me paint a picture for you about the earth. If at all the earth was created, okay? It is highly unlikely it wasn't created by a God. Why? Because human beings are animals, and animals are food. What's most probably possible right now is that if human beings were put here by something external, there is a high possibility that this motherfucker is a fucking barn and somebody is just growing their food here. And there's so many of us, when they need to eat, just like the sheep on the farm don't notice when one sheep disappears, we don't notice. The way human beings are quarantined to this earth, whoever put us here made sure that we couldn't breathe underwater, made sure that we can't fly up in the sky naturally, made sure that even if we could fly, we can't breathe up there. Whoever put us here like the way you put someone on a fucking prison, bro. Our species, and then our physical limitation is not consistent with our mental freedom. Our natural curiosity, the fact that we are naturally curious, that we don't like to stay in one place, and the fact that physically we are forced to stay in one place does not match. It doesn't make sense unless we were created by a dumbass, or
Hey,
whoever created us did it on purpose, made sure
so
that we were imprisoned here, and they could be imprisoning us here for different reasons. It could be that there is an external reality or external world that we're not yet exposed to, where we are a threat. So our species might be serving a sentence. That's also very possible. I'm just running you through possibilities. Okay.
all right,
There's
I
also
got
the
something for you. I want you to ponder on this for a second. So earlier I was talking about perception, and I don't think people understand the power of perception. The power of perception is the whole meaning of life. The meaning of life is to find the right perception, the right way to look at life, the right way to approach life, the right way to encounter life. Because the way you look at it is the only way you can approach it. And if you have the wrong perception, there's no possible way you can approach the situation the correct way. So until you have the right proper perception, you will never approach it the right way. And I'm offering that finding God in all things is the right way, the right perception to have. Because if you don't find God in it, then you're not going to approach it in honor of God, and you're going to have diminished a
Arik,
diminished approach.
Arik.
Look, they spend
I,
billions of
I, I
dollars
was I
trying to
was I
cultivate
was
a
I was
perception
really
for
gonna
you.
hit you. I was gonna hit you on the perception thing,
Go ahead,
but
bro.
let me just make a
I,
comment. Bro, if you have been listening to everything I told you, I'm telling you that we already figured out that what we ought to be looking for is not God. Those who are looking for God will never find God because God doesn't exist. What we're looking for is energy. Energy is the ability to do work. Okay? And because energy is limitless, if we there's no limit to
but
how
that's
much
what I'm
work we
saying,
can
bro.
do.
That's the point I'm saying right there, though. See, if you find, like, I don't know, what's your religion? Do you have a religion, or you don't believe in God at all?
I just said there is no God.
Okay, so you don't believe in God at all. So with that said, like, it's gonna, though you're gonna have a broad information to pull from, it's gonna be missing a variable, which is God. Because if you don't,
Bro, this, you're not
you have to
understanding.
factor it in, bro. You have to factor it in because it's gonna change the whole sequence of everything. If you remove the
Arik,
core
Arik, Arik,
variable,
Arik, define God.
you just defined it earlier, bro.
No, okay. The way I defined it makes it a useless variable. Because, listen, bro, the highest achievable knowledge that a human being can gain, not just the highest, the most necessary knowledge that a human being can have is the knowledge of self. You have to know that you are the one who is knowing what you think you know. That unique act makes it such that nothing that you know can ever be greater than you. No one that you know can be greater than you, because only you can be you. So from your personal perception, you are the one who sits on the highest throne of your existence. That is why we are the type of beings that we are. That is why we stand a little taller than our fellow beings in this world. And that's why our potential is limitless. In fact, what I do say about the idea of God is that that is our fantasy. That's our dream. That's what our species ultimately dreams.
But it's
And
important.
we
It's important for your see. It's important. The reason why it's important because it helps develop your moral compass. Otherwise, we're going to be wild and we're going to be destructive. We're going to be confused because we're going to
your
be
moral
self-gratifying.
compass.
We're going to be so self-gratifying that we're going to
Listen,
destroy each other.
listen. A morality that is based on the authority of a being that is higher than you is an inferior morality. That's why God Himself, if you look at the way they describe God, God is a being who doesn't have to follow morality.
So, without morality, what are we? Without morality, what will we? What will ultimately? Where will we arrive if we
Okay,
all lose our
let me
morals?
let me ask you
We will
something.
be at war with each other, and
Let,
that's
let
why
me
they're
ask you
removing the
let,
idea of God from all these schools to get
let,
these
let me
kids to
ask you a
act
question.
immoral.
Arik, what are you talking about? We
Right
fight
now,
less wars today.
right now, they're
No, bro,
removing.
no, bro. Hold on. We fight less wars today than we have in historically. We don't fight today. Bro, the average man today is a sissy because we don't have to go to war. Bro, men didn't even live to be 50 because half the time, by the time you were 20, you already went to war and you died. We're not fighting no war today. We've damn near eradicated war when
And
you
you know
consider
what?
our
You might
history.
be right. You might be right because all I have is that source is the media, and that's censored. That shit, it could be all fake.
No, it's
It,
not that it's all fake. We still have wars today, bro, but not at the scale that we used to have in the past. Bro, let me give you an example. Literally, for nearly 1,000 years, Europeans and Arabs were fighting crusades where they would constantly raise armies, and their main goal was just to kill each other, bro. They didn't have time for technology because they were busily, like, literally thinking about how to fuck each other up. Then you had the Mongolians, the Mongols. The only groups in this world that did not fight wars at that kind of scale are indigenous people. Because we are the oldest people in the world. We have already seen this cycle before. So by the time the Europeans were coming up with modern technology and shit, the
you
rest of the
realize
world was kind of tired.
without morals, nobody will ever intervene, and we will defeat each other. We will destroy each other without morals. That's a
You're not
fact.
getting my point. You're not getting my point. The problem is not that there's no morals. The problem is that we don't need to outsource our morality. Listen, we want the kinds of human beings that know how to do the right thing simply because that's who they are, rather than because they were told so. You
What
want your
example? What
kids.
examples of that do you have in the world? Show me an
Hold up.
example.
I'm gonna give you an example. You do you have kids?
I have a son. Yes,
Okay.
his
Oh, you
name's
have one son,
Jeremiah.
right? Okay. Now you grew up, right? You grew up as a you have siblings, right?
Yes, I have 5 brothers and 5 sisters.
Shit. Perfect example. There were some of you among your siblings that will only do the right thing when dad or mom told them to do it. True or false?
You said they will only do a thing if my mom told them to do it.
Yeah,
No,
they'll
they
do the
do.
right. No, bro, hold up.
Rephrase.
Hold up. Among your siblings, there was at least one of you that was so hard-headed, they will only do the right thing when mom and dad told them to do it. If not, they'll want to go do their own thing.
Yeah, it's naturally wanting to figure out. They
Hold
naturally
up,
explored it.
hold up, hold up. Now, there's at least also one of you that once mom and dad says something one time, mom and dad will never have to tell them again. They
Yeah,
just do
that's
the
true.
right thing.
That's true. That's
Okay,
obedient.
that's beyond obedience. That's character. Because you want someone's morality to be based on their character rather than based on their fear of authority. That's why we don't need gods for morality. We need ourselves for morality. Because our morality, first of all, is for ourselves. What is morality? What do you think morality is?
Morality, it's a moral compass. It's basically says what you shouldn't do and what you should do, and there's a reason why. Like
Hold up, hold
it's
up,
basically
hold up. I'm going to give it to you in a way that is simple. I'll use the words code of conduct.
yeah, exactly, same thing.
Listen, it's not about what you should do or what you shouldn't do. It's simply knowing all the consequences, having the knowledge of knowing the consequences associated with whatever actions you take, and taking the actions that will most appropriately increase our chances of survival, causing the less pain and suffering to everyone involved.
Yeah, not to be in conflict, right?
No,
Right, to maintain
sometimes
peace.
sometimes the correct moral thing to do is conflict. You want me to give you an
You got a
example?
you got a point. Yep. If you hit my brother or hit my sister, I'm
No,
gonna hit
no,
your
no,
ass
no,
back. That's
no.
it.
Let's
That's
say I
it.
come to your house right now with a baseball bat to break your son's legs. What you finna do to me?
I'm gonna defend my son.
You gonna send me to the ancestor, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't mean this in a rude way, but what if you pull up on me in your house and I was trying to do some weird shit with your wife? What finna happen to me?
Same thing.
God damn, you know it ain't the same thing. You gonna kill me, then kill my soul. Your
Yeah,
ass will
I love
travel to
my wife.
hellfire. Your ass will you kill my flesh, then travel to hellfire and beat the shit out of my soul too. That's why you don't mess with another man's wife. If you, I mean, you can mess with another man's wife because that's kind of my point. In fact, that's a good example. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say that I see a woman and I like that woman. Then, as I found out more about that woman, I realized that it's somebody's wife. But I really like that woman. Now, there's really no right or wrong thing to do. There's only what I want to do. The problem here is my morality should be able to allow me to properly analyze and come to the correct conclusion of what the consequences of each course of action would be. If I was to choose to pursue that woman, am I aware of the possible consequences? Am I
Absolutely.
aware? Am I aware of how much pain that specific cause of action will cause me, that woman, or her husband?
Yep.
Now, if I am aware of that, but I still have the strong urge to pursue that woman. Now, do I have the intelligence to go about it to where I don't get caught? That's a risk. That's a huge risk. That's like an investment. You're trying to invest in the stock market. Now, if I don't want to take that risk, naturally, I should not make that decision. But if I'm willing to take that risk, then naturally I should make that decision.
But with
However,
morals, it removes it as an
hold up,
option.
hold up. However, when I get caught, I must not be surprised what happens to me. You know what an immoral person is? It's a person who did something that they knew would bring them negative consequences. And then when the negative consequences come, they don't want to accept that shit. That's what an immoral
I
person
think an
is.
immoral person is somebody that has no boundaries, no standards. They'll do anything. They're very self-gratifying, and they'll never
No,
acquire
no, sir.
selflessness.
That's a free person. That person is not even held hostage by what you would call morality. In fact, that's what we all aspire to be, but we want to become like that naturally. Listen carefully. Freedom
I don't think I want to be free, bro. I think I always want to serve God, bro. Because I used
Hold
to
up.
serve myself.
Hold
I used
up.
to serve myself.
Oh man, I love what you
I
just
used to
did
be
there.
self gratifying, bro. I used to be out here
And
doing anything. I used to be the guy that sleep with
that
girls, didn't
Ari,
have no
Ari,
intentions on marrying them.
Ari, Ari, that's the problem with the believing God. You heard what you just said? I don't think I
Hmm.
want to be free because you realize that the freedom that I am suggesting to you will actually require you to break the chains of the morality that your religion or your God somehow cooked for you. But think about it, bro. You need to think about what I'm about to say to you carefully. I'm going to use your belief. Is your
It
God
gotta be something
restricted?
that'll stop you from being a
Hold
pedo. It
up,
gotta be
hold up,
something that'll
Eric,
stop you from being
Eric,
somebody that'll off
Eric,
somebody.
Eric. The only thing that should stop you from being a pedo is your understanding of the consequences of being a pedo. And every dumbass in this world that thought they could handle that consequence, eventually they learn the hard way. That's what learning is. To try and error, right? You want to try that shit? Try it.
But if
You
you don't
finna
have no,
get
if you are immoral, if you choosing to be immoral, right? Let's say you don't have the option, you don't have no awareness, you have the concept of God never existed. You will be over here clubbing girls, you'll be over here doing whatever, just doing all like caveman, with without
Eric,
no disrespect, because I don't
Eric,
know if
what
anybody
the heck are you
refer to
talking
themselves as a
about?
caveman.
People who believe
No,
in
if you
God do.
immoral, you'll be driving 100 miles an hour in a school zone. You'll be over here doing whatever you want, self
Eric,
gratifying.
Eric,
It'll make us
Eric,
we'll
Eric,
destroy ourselves.
Eric, that's not true.
Self gratification, bro, is it's like
Eric,
it just
Eric,
causes
Eric, Eric,
calamities.
just listen, bro. Just listen, bro. I don't think you're picking up on it. Just because God is not involved with your morality doesn't mean you're immoral. We can still have a code of conduct that is not founded on rules and regulations made by someone outside of yourself. What I'm
You're
saying to
right.
you
You're
is
right.
that
You're right.
your understanding of the consequences of your actions is how you build a morality. And you want humans to be able to come to that understanding independently, then they can still be moral, but they wouldn't lose their freedom. So I am free to not do something in as much as I am free to do it. But the moment when you tell me that I am not free to do something, that I must refrain from doing it, that's no longer freedom. In fact, what you're doing is you're triggering my innate nature to rebel against you because you're requiring me to take a cause of action against my will.
You'll only
Well,
rebel if you don't know the you don't know the good part. If you only think about the bad
no,
part, you probably
no.
rebel. Like,
In
oh,
the
somebody
idea of
saying I
God,
can't do that. What if they're
no,
saying
God
that's
doesn't.
gonna go ahead?
Eric,
That's gonna
Eric,
protect that child. That's
Eric,
gonna make
Eric,
sure that that child
that
can
is
carry the
why I'm
torch in the
saying to
future.
you that morality that is based on God is fucked up, bro. That is the worst type of morality you can have. Let me give an example. Because if God tells you to go be that P3DO, that pedo, you're gonna go do it. Let me ask you something. If your
No,
God tell you to do it, bro, if your God, you say you're
God
aware of
won't tell
God,
you to
right?
be a pedo. God won't.
No, no, don't tell me
That's.
what God would do. You're not God.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. My bad. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So I'm gonna ask you a
I
question.
can't say what God will
If
and won't
your
do.
morality comes from your God, that means your God tells you what the right thing to do and what the wrong thing to do is, right?
Yes.
If your God tell you to go to New York City and kill every man, woman, and children, will you do it?
I highly disagree. I think my God, I know my God would never do anything like that.
Eric,
Only the
that's not.
world. Why would
I
I want to
don't
go
know.
kill the whole world,
I don't care what you think
hurt the
your
world?
God will
I
want
love
you to do or
TikTok
not
shop.
do. The question is simple: obedience or disobedience. If your God told you to go to Gaza and exterminate man, woman, and child, animal, insect, virus, bacteria, kill everything that's alive, would you obey your God? Yes or no?
My God would never tell me to do that, bro.
No, bro, you're deflecting.
That's like confusion.
Eric,
See, it's
Eric,
I
Eric,
wouldn't want that to happen to me or my family.
Eric,
That's why I would never do
Eric,
that. That's the moral part of
Eric,
it.
please stop talking too much, bro. I know what I'm talking, and you can't really win this conversation. Didn't you just tell me
See,
you are a
people use
Christian?
religion to justify their transgressions. That's why you
No,
can even make that kind
bro.
of statement.
Stop deflecting. You don't know. Do you know everything that God knows?
No,
Do you know everything that God would do?
no.
Does everything God do always seem right? to your human eyes?
Yes.
So if God told you to go to Gaza and kill men, women, and children because that's what he thinks is the right thing to do then, and he wants you to do it, would you obey?
I wouldn't obey that.
Why? Do you know why you wouldn't obey that?
Because I wouldn't be acknowledging God. I'll be acknowledging something else.
No, if your God is the one who told you to do it. Do you know why you wouldn't obey? Because your morality is greater than him, and human beings have more authority and value to you than that motherfucking God. To the where it is not because God told you to value human life, it's because you yourself are a human and you can feel human pain, and through your experiences, you've already elevated human pain to such a high level to where you will not willingly cause harm. So even if your God told you, you won't do it. If you are truly moral. That is
Yeah, see,
why.
and that's the thing.
Hold
My
up, hold up,
morals,
hold
my
up, hold up,
moral
hold up,
foundation is derived from God.
hold
Like
up.
I treat people how I want to be treated.
You say you're a Christian, right?
Yes,
Your God did tell Joshua to go to Jericho and kill men, women, and children.
that's what the Bible says.
You believe it, don't you?
I believe it. I trust in God. I believe in God, bro. I don't trust in man.
Eric,
A man wrote the Bible, bro.
Stop sugarcoating, stop dancing around the point. You have to be consistent. That's the
I am
problem. When,
consistent. I'm consistently trusting in God.
bro, I didn't ask you if you trust God. That's not the subject at hand. Who you trust is completely irrelevant in this conversation. You brought that up in order to shield yourself from the attack that I am sending your way.
That's what I'm
Your
supposed to do.
God, according to your Bible, commanded the Israelites to go into Jericho and kill man, woman, and child indiscriminately. That was his will. Do you believe that?
I don't believe that. I know that's what the Bible says.
Guess what? That means that you don't really believe God. You believe what you feel like God should be. It's just your
He told me
feelings.
to treat people like I want to be treated. So why would someone
He
pervert the
said
idea of God and say, yeah, now
no,
you can kill
but
other people and
he told you
treat
to
people
obey
like you
him
don't want to be
first.
treated?
He said obedience is better than sacrifice. He also told you to obey him, and anything he tells you, you do. And you pray and you said, let your will and not my will be done. If
Do
your
you
will
think
is,
because like just like the media is censored, you don't think the Bible is censored if they remove books of the
I don't
Bible
give a
and
fuck.
change it to where they wanted to?
All I know is that if you don't believe the whole Bible is the word of God, you're not really a Christian. Now you're just using the Bible as a
But that's the
buffet.
thing, though. That's the thing. I'm not really a Christian, then. I must be just in love with God. I must be faithful and sincere with my relationship with God.
No, no, you are picking and choosing what you
No,
like,
bro. I
what
submit
suits your
only to God's will, bro.
feelings.
I don't submit to man's will, bro. I would never hurt you, dog. I would only defend myself, and I would
Eric,
defend you
Eric,
from
Eric,
you. I would defend myself from
Eric,
you.
how do you
What's
know
up, bro?
God's will? How do you know God's will if you can't trust the Bible?
Because, bro, before I knew God, before I knew the Bible, I had a relationship with God before I
You
ever
can
read the
know
Bible.
knowing someone and knowing someone's will is two different things. How will God communicate his will to you?
In my heart, I asked
Your
myself,
feelings. Your
yeah,
feelings. I
I
told
asked
you it's your
myself,
feelings.
how could I
It's
approach
your
this
feelings.
situation? Listen,
Bro,
bro, let me answer the full question. I asked myself, how could I approach this situation in a way that'll put a smile on God's face, in a way that'll please God? I'm aware of the motivation for my actions, and I choose to put God first over my own self. That's why sometimes it might look like I get taken advantage of, because it don't matter if people appreciate it as long as God appreciate it. Somebody else might
Eric,
want to destroy that place,
Eric,
but I'm
Eric,
not gonna do that.
if you think in your heart that what you need to do to please God
It's,
and you do what you believe you're doing to please God, there's somebody else that's standing right next to you and they believe the opposite. Which one of you is pleasing God?
I know I'm pleasing God.
It's just your feelings and your emotions. Bro, your religion and your belief in God has made you a hostage in your own mind to where you can't even take responsibility. And the harsh reality of the world literally makes you shiver. Because I am telling you, bro, that if I was a servant of a God I don't question his decisions. It doesn't matter how fucked up. If he tell me to do something, I'm doing it. It doesn't matter how
That's
bad. It doesn't matter how bad it is perceived by the world. If I truly had a God that I believed in, I will obey that God
what
because
thereon
obedience,
identifies the problem right there, because obviously these religious texts, this theology has been tampered with, and if it is not clean, it's of man, it's man's traditions, and some of these traditions are wicked. So like I think people
bro.
have perverted the
I
idea of God
read.
and perverted
Do you
these.
know what is wicked? What is wicked is thinking that your feelings should govern how reality works. That's
What's
wickedness. That's
wicked is
produced from ignorance.
doing bad things to others. That's wicked. Doing terrible things with terrible intentions. That's my
Ari,
intentions is to honor God. So it's not. I don't
Ari,
do terrible
Ari.
things.
No, no, no. Good intentions does not justify bad behavior and ignorance.
The
Good
motivation for your
intentions,
actions do matter.
good intentions does not justify bad character. It does not justify ignorance. It does not justify delusion.
That's my
Your
point. That's
feelings,
why. That's why I
your
would not
feelings.
destroy a
Hold
nation.
up, hold up, Eric. That is why there is no such thing as right and wrong.
I know that's only in honor of God and in vain. I know that's how I live.
Again, regardless of how you live, I'm talking about the real world. I'm not talking about the world in Eric's head. But I know that Eric is smart enough to still see the world as it is and smart enough to separate the nature of the world from his feelings.
So this is
You
what I
know,
realized, bro. I realized that if I lean into my own understanding, I'm going to cultivate my reality. But if I trust in God and allow God to cultivate my reality and cultivate my mind, He's going to be. I'm gonna be mindful of the ideas I choose to entertain. I'm not going
but
to entertain ideas of destroying
when
people
you say that God cultivates your mind, you're talking
and
about your
my
feelings.
environment.
It's not actually God. Is God an emotion?
God is all things. He's in
God
all
cannot
things.
be in God cannot be in all things.
Yes, He could. He's all powerful. Why can't He be in all things?
Okay, then that means that if God is all powerful, then God has the power to kill men, women, and children. And if He tells you to do it, you should obey.
You might have a point, but I guess that's
Duh,
not my calling.
duh.
That's not my.
If God is all powerful, that means that hold up, is God the most powerful at everything?
Yes,
Then He is the most powerful at evil. He is the devil.
He created the devil.
No, He is the devil. The devil is the most evil one. And if
God
God is
has
the
to be
most,
in the devil. God is in all things.
no, God is the devil. This is so that entity you've given the title of God to, that entity also deserves the title of devil because he is God, he is the most good one. He's also the devil and he is the most evil one. So at his best, nobody is better than him. At his worst, no one is worse than him.
That's right. That's right. He can be as good
So
as the
so
best,
so so so
or
guess
as bad
what?
as the worst.
So guess what? When you say God, you're talking about
He hates sin.
obeying good and evil. No, he cannot hate sin.
That's what He says. That's He hates
Listen,
sin.
no, your God is all powerful, so he has the power to love sin. If God is all powerful, that means he has the power to love sin. There is
I
nothing.
guess. Of course, He has the
Listen,
power to, but He hates sin.
guess
What?
what? Guess what? That means that he loves sin when it pleases him, and he hates sins when it displeases him. So you cannot, it's not either or. You cannot pick and choose. So your God is an unpredictable being.
That's
He
fine with me.
literally, he, that is why someone who believes in that God is a fucking unstable human being that can't be trusted. Because that motherfucker can be like a priest the next day and a fucking child rapist the next day, bro.
Nope, that's not
That,
true, bro.
no, I'm
That's
telling
why,
you, bro.
like I just said, I
No,
won't.
no, no, no. With that guy you prescribe, bro, you can go from being this nice guy to literally offing your entire family.
Only if I
Because
entertain the devil.
because that's the nature of your God.
Like, see, whoever I give authority to, that whoever I give credit to, that's who you give authority to. If you entertaining the wrong ideas, nobody deserves your attention more than God. So if you entertaining the world is
Brother,
going to induce reactions.
but
The world,
you are
the self
entertaining the
gratifying
idea of a
reactions,
God who is the epitome of
vengeful,
good and
lustful,
evil. Bro, it is impossible for you.
infatuations.
It's impossible for you to have the Almighty God in you without having the Almighty Devil in you, because the Almighty God and the Almighty Devil is the same individual.
I believe
You
I
are
could be as good as the best or as bad as the worst as well. But I'm choosing God. I'm choosing to honor God. Choosing
guess
to trust
what?
in God.
Guess what? What you profess you are choosing to do, that's you. But you can't be trusted by anyone outside of you, because you've already acknowledged that that's what you are. That
And
you worship
maybe
an
that's right. I think you're right, bro. I think you're right because I don't trust nobody that don't trust in God because I don't know the motivations for their actions. They can be motivated by anything in the world. That's
so
why
you don't trust in you
they
don't trust in
conditional.
anybody.
I'm
You
not
don't trust in
conditional.
anybody. You don't trust in anybody who doesn't trust in the devil.
I don't trust in anybody who doesn't trust in God. I don't even trust myself
But your
if
God
I'm
is the
not trusting
devil.
in God.
Your God is the devil.
When I'm not thinking about God, when I'm not giving God the credit, that's when I become conditional. That's when I become unstable, like the
No,
world.
but your God is the devil.
My God is not the devil, bro. My God is in all things and the devil. My God allowed the devil to
Hold up,
exist.
hold up. What makes the
My God
devil
allowed the devil to be a distraction and to test
what
people and to
makes the devil
test
the
the faith of
devil?
people.
What makes the devil the devil?
God allowed the devil to be the devil, to be
And where
corrupted.
did you get the I thought you said you didn't trust the Bible because the Bible is the one that told you that there was a devil.
Yeah, my wife, she started reading the Bible to me and all that. And
No, no,
I never
listen,
read the
listen,
Bible before.
listen. That's the problem. I've read that motherfucker more than 10 times from beginning to the end. And when you come with
She's
ignorance,
a
bro, you
Bible
will
school
sound
teacher.
ignorant.
We
Okay?
both are good shepherds at Good Shepherd, and
Listen,
that's our
listen,
name of
bro.
our church.
Listen, bro.
We don't really go that much.
When you say your God is the most powerful, that means that he is the only one who deserves the title of God, and he's also the only one who deserves the title of devil. Kind of like the president of the United States is the only one who deserves the title commander in chief, but he also got the title of president. So he's the one that's going to give the go ahead to drop that nuke on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. He's the one that's also going to give the go ahead to collect taxes to build roads.
Yeah, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you
So
100%.
again, the fact that you continuously say, "Oh God, God, God," when we know that that God you're talking about is also the devil, that's a problem. That doesn't make
You
you a
say
good
he's the
person.
what I'm saying is, yeah, God can do things that people like. I don't try to limit God. I never will ever. That's why I can't say God is not in the devil because I know God is in all things. So
No,
like,
bro,
but
stop misrepresenting what I'm saying. I didn't say God is in the devil. I said God is the devil. There's no other devil but your God within your belief system and the way you've described your God. You said he is the most powerful at all things. Evil is a thing, just like good is a thing. And your God is an entity that excel at both better than everybody else. In fact, he created both. His Your God created good and evil.
yes, yes, absolutely.
So his creative work of good gave him the title of God, and his creative work of evil gave him the title of devil. So God and devil is the same person. But now, because we don't like the devil, we cannot possibly like God. Because someone is playing a game with us.
My eyes,
They, he
man, the
is
way I
no, no,
see
no,
it
no.
is
Listen,
different,
listen,
bro.
listen, listen, bro. Let me show you. Let me show you. He creates a problem as the devil and offers you the solution as God.
Right.
That is fucking evil, bro. That's
Maybe
literally the
because
story of your
I think
religion.
we limited by. Do you think when you pass away, energy transfers?
I don't give a fuck. All I know is that that motherfucker kills children and does fucked up things. All the fucked up things in the world is because of your God.
That's true.
If your God is real,
It's people not being obedient. Like
no,
they
it
not in
has nothing
position.
to
They
do
not
with
aware.
people.
Like
No, yeah.
I know when
Listen,
people die, some people pass away. I love
listen.
TikTok shop.
It has nothing to do with people because only your God's will be done. Only
Yeah,
God's will is done at the end of the day. So what people do is just an illusion of choice. Based on your religion, even people's choices is what God wants them to do. Nobody can do what God said they won't do. If God said you ain't gonna do it, you ain't gonna do it. Only what God
mm,
says will happen will happen.
mm.
So at the end of your day, Everything you don't like about the world is what you don't like about your God. You are literally worshiping the person that you hate the most, the devil.
Man, I'm in love with God, bro. It's been a beautiful
Duh,
journey. It's been a beautiful
duh.
journey, bro. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what God been doing for my life, bro. He been literally cultivating my mind, touched my mind, my heart, cultivated my environment. He push out
Hold up,
people. He push
hold
out
up,
people that
hold
don't
up,
that,
hold
and
up,
he gravitate
hold up, brother.
people towards
Why
me
you call
that
it?
actually wanna. What's up, bro? You'll
Why
never
did
let
you
me
call
finish,
it?
but go ahead, bro.
Why did you call it a he?
Who? Who? God?
Why you just call it a he? He got a dick or something? He a man?
We gonna get to semantics. I was trying to tell you how good God is, man. How good God been, man.
Mm-mm.
Like
You
it's such
can't
a
tell me
great
how
thing,
good.
man. It's a
No,
great time to be alive.
you see. Listen, this is what I said, brother. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm eating some almonds right now. I'm not trying to be mean. But we've spoken for a long time, and I really enjoyed my conversation with you. But don't take what I'm about to say personally. All right? This is just for
You
your
good,
own
bro?
self. I'm gonna give you what is similar to a diagnosis, but obviously I'm not a doctor. Disclaimer: TikTok don't ban me.
I already know what you about to say. Go ahead, bro.
You say you were an honest person, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a hypocrite, and you're just
I'm a hypocrite
so.
because tell me
No, no,
why.
no, no,
Please
no,
tell me
no, no.
why.
Eric, and you have a sense of false self-righteousness.
Uh huh. Bro, I'm literally aware of the motivation for my actions. I'm mindful all the time. I'm always constantly seeking God in all things. I'm always asking myself how I can
Eric,
interact with people
Eric,
in a way that'll please God. I'm aware of the
Eric,
motivation for my actions.
Eric. If you were truly doing those things, you wouldn't have to say them out loud. It would be
I'm
obvious
saying
by
that so
you.
you are aware. See, if you seen my actions and then you didn't know, you would probably think that was weird. And that's I told you the
Eric,
motivation.
Eric,
I have to tell you, it was God.
Eric.
It was honoring
A
God the whole time.
mango, a mango doesn't have to open its mouth to tell the man who's walking by that it's a mango.
That's
Those who
your opinion,
observe
bro.
from external, brother.
From my experience, bro, people think I get taken advantage of because I help people that don't appreciate it. I have to tell them I was only helping them because I thought that would please God. And I know that God appreciates it, even if they don't. It removes the conditions.
Eric,
I'm able to keep helping people even when they
Eric.
don't appreciate it. Because I know God does. And that was the objective in the beginning anyway.
Do you know what I hear?
What you hear? Consistency.
It sounds like you don't believe none of what you're saying because you have to
Bro,
keep
I
saying it.
practice this
It's
every
like
day.
you're trying to
It's
convince
called
yourself.
applied faith. I apply faith in God every day, every single day. That's what it is. That's what you're literally hearing. But I know we're having a
Eric,
conversation, a discussion.
Eric, this is a philosopher's wisdom. A good man never opens his mouth to say he's a good man.
No, I want to
Only when he,
encourage others to be mindful of their motivation for
Eric,
their actions and to let
Eric,
them know that they have an option. They
a
can choose
good
God.
man never has to open his mouth to say he is a good man. He simply does his work in all he does, and only when he's walked away that others will see the good fruits of his labor.
There's a reason why I explain to you so that I can make you mindful that this is what I'm doing. This is the motivation for my actions, and you can also be in
Eric,
control of the motivation for your actions.
Eric,
You can be mindful
Eric,
and you can choose God yourself.
Eric. Actions speak louder than words.
Absolutely, and that's why God cultivate my environment. It looks beautiful over here, bro. Everything I'm doing, my life has been plentiful. Ever since I started giving God
I
my
don't
attention, He changed
believe.
the whole experience. He changed
I
the
don't
whole
believe.
outcome, the whole encounter, everything. Everything flipped, bro.
I
The
don't
things I used
believe
to
that
do
you are.
before, listen, bro. The things I used to do before, I'm
No, no,
doing them today,
Eric,
and it's a
Eric.
whole
I don't know
different
why. I
experience.
don't know why you're not picking up on what I'm trying to drop to you. I don't want to hear
You
how good
said
you
I'm a
are,
hypocrite.
bro.
I'm trying to let you know that that's not. I'm the furthest thing from that.
When I came to the conclusion that you're a hypocrite, were you the one who told me that? No, you don't have to defend yourself. Your defensiveness is evidence of the fact that you've been offended. And if you weren't a hypocrite, you wouldn't have been offended by what I
Not really
said.
offended. I just wanted to inform you, like to make things more clear. I can't be
You shouldn't
offended,
have
bro.
to do that. You should just be
But
like, okay,
I don't want you
sure.
to have the wrong interpretation, bro. I don't want you. I don't want to come off
No,
like I'm
but
forcing religion or anything like that. I'm
no,
just telling you
brother,
what works for me is trusting in God, and it's been
brother,
a beautiful thing. being aware of
Eric,
the motivation for my actions and choosing to make honoring God the
Eric,
motivation for
can
my actions
you
has
please
been
stop?
beautiful.
Can you
Go ahead, bro.
stop, bro?
Go ahead.
Stop. If you wouldn't have opened your mouth to say anything, I would have still concluded that I think you're a decent human being. You can't persuade me of how good you are by telling me the good things you do. Because I
I'm
don't
not
know
telling
what
you.
you...
I'm telling you how good God is. That's what I said. I didn't say me. I said how good
Eric,
God is.
Eric, if God was good and God existed, you wouldn't have to tell me. I would know that.
It's impossible for
Damn.
you to know what God is doing if you're not giving them your attention.
Because I don't have to give the fucking air my attention to breathe. I don't have to give the sun my attention to for it to come down.
In
When
that
I'm
same
swimming in
air,
a
it
river,
can be contaminants that can take your life. In that same air that you breathe, you just because you can't see it. It can be bacteria. It can be all kind of environmental, biological pathogens and stuff like that.
Eric, I don't live my
Communicable
life based
diseases.
on what could be or what couldn't be. I live my life based on what is because I don't make a habit of lying to myself. I don't pamper my feelings. You know, listen, let me tell you something, okay? Since you want to go, let's talk about the things we do, right? Let's talk about each other's discipline. As far as I'm concerned, the worst thing I could do to myself is make an obvious bad decision. And then in order to get myself to make that bad decision, I convince myself that it's a good decision. I do what I want. And when I do bad things happen to me. And I'm cool with that. When I do good things happen to me. If I really wanted to do something bad, I would just do it. And in fact, for me, if I ever rob the bank, no, first of all, I won't even rob the bank. But let's say if I had to rob the bank, I'll be the kind of guy who robbed the bank, and I won't even be running. I won't run from the police. I won't have the need to run from the police. I'll just walk right in, rob the bank, and walk right out. The police will be standing right there. Because the only way for me to rob a bank, we have to be able to do it in a way where I don't have to stress about running away. You know what I'm saying? So I'll literally just walk right into that bank, take the money, and walk away. Bro, think about it. That's the mentality of a scammer, right? A scammer is a person who knows the consequences of his action. So the scammer makes preparations ahead of time. If I get caught,
All right.
guess what? I'll be just as excited as if I don't get caught. Because I'm going to make a plan so perfect in my head that I'll be wishing I get caught just to see if my plan had flaws in it. That is why a true scientist, they're not really chasing success. Because no matter what the result of the experiment is, they learn something. And for me, every experience in life teaches me. Now, I do have my personal principles and convictions that govern my morality, which is anything that I wouldn't really do to myself, I wouldn't do to somebody else unless I really have to. That's it.
All
I don't
right.
need to believe
Okay.
in a God. I don't have to be in a God.
And you perfect. You right where God wants you to be. That's the thing. You serve a purpose, bro, whether you know it or not. Your
I
purpose is
read,
very
I
instrumental.
read, I read. You say you're not trying to push your religion on people. You see what you just did right here?
Yeah. You serve a
You are
purpose.
in
I
denial.
acknowledge that you serve a
No,
purpose.
no, no. You're in denial. Let me tell you why. Because you don't believe that I could literally come to that conclusion on my own without necessarily acknowledging your God. No, bro. That's reason. That's logic. That has nothing to do with a fucking God. I'm saying to you that I wouldn't
So
want someone to
yeah.
I wouldn't want someone to sleep with my wife. So the best way I'm gonna make
Uh,
sure is that I'm just not gonna sleep with nobody else's wife, right? What the fuck does that
right.
have to do with God?
Right.
That's my
What I was saying
decision.
is the fact that you even having this discussion about God, I'm saying you serve a purpose, even though you don't believe in God. You're I have to be I have to have a responsibility of seeking God in all my ways. So in this way, just because you even talking about the idea of God, you inducing the idea of God in the minds of people who wouldn't otherwise even be thinking about God. You serve a purpose.
Bro, you don't know how a vaccine works? In order for you to fucking have immunity, I literally have to put the virus in your body when you didn't even have it. So that when the fucking virus comes, your body will be ready to fight that shit. So yes, when I talk about God, I am introducing the vaccine into the minds of the people.
Right. You right. You right.
So the only way for me to make people understand that there is no God is to talk about it. I'm giving
Yeah.
you the
But
fact. In fact,
that's that.
what just happened to you
Keep
tonight?
doing what you're doing, bro.
Listen,
That you doing a good
hold
thing.
up, hold up, Eric. You haven't always been a Christian, have you?
No, I wasn't always aware of the presence of God. No.
That's not what I asked you. You haven't always been a Christian, right?
No, I wasn't always a Christian.
You have a criminal history, don't you?
No, I don't have a criminal history.
Well, I did not mean like in terms of the law. I just mean like in the past, you had like a, how do I put it? A delinquent past.
Absolutely. I used to be a delinquent. I'm from South Central LA.
You're married right now, right?
Yep. Happily married in honor of God.
How old are you?
42 years old.
Is that your first wife?
My only wife. Yep.
Is that your first wife?
Yeah, my first wife. My first wife. Yes.
Damn, bro, words have meaning.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, bro. You're absolutely right.
How
You have
long
to
have
be
you been
exact.
married? How long you been married for, brother?
I've been married for like 11 months.
Oh, you guys still in the honeymoon phase.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful too, man. Eh,
How long did you guys date for?
We dated for a year. We got engaged on our anniversary of our first year, and we got married 3 months later.
Did you guys ever have sex while you were engaged?
No,
Were you a virgin when you got engaged?
no, I already had a child. I had a child with another woman. She had another child with another man.
Oh, that's nice. That's a perfect couple right there. I hope it works out.
Yeah, we do pretty well, man. Two incomes, almost 300,000. We are pretty happy. We pray together before I leave to go to work. Pray before I go to sleep. Pray before we eat.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a truck driver.
Does she
She's a
travel with you?
restaurant manager. No, she manages restaurants. She's a general manager. She trains managers.
Now that's a great woman to have right there. How long are you gone at a time, bro, when you drive trucks?
This is my ninth year. Oh, how long have I been gone? I'm home every day. So like today, I'm gonna be gone for 2 days because I was trying to make more money, pick it up a fifth day. But man, yeah, it's pretty good, man. Pretty balanced. It works out. We're both busy. We both love God. We both love our community. Both love our everybody.
This ain't the first time me and you talking, is it?
Probably, I don't know, bro. I like this stuff though, bro, because you got a good personality, bro. For sure. I play soccer. I play basketball. Shit, I don't play video games, but I like to hang out. I like to listen to music. You know, I'm cool, bro. Like I like to dance to reggae music. I'm cool, bro. We used to go to the Lions Den. Well, what city you in? What city you in, bro?
I'm in Oakland.
Oh, you in Oakland? That's why, bro. Because I'm from LA, bro. That's why I like your vibe, bro. I live in Ohio right now. I live in Columbus, and
God damn, it's
I
cold.
used to live
It's
it.
cold
It's
out there.
freezing, bro. It's freezing out here, man. You gotta be careful with black ice. Seen a lot of accidents this week.
Where do you
Yeah,
see yourself? Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
man, it's amazing, bro. So I'm about to open up my wife a beauty salon, and her daughter. My wife is also a beautician. So like her daughter, she trained her daughter to be a beautician. So I decided to give her daughter and her mom a business. So we're gonna open up her a shop here in the next few months. And yeah, man, we're gonna probably be living in the Bahamas somewhere. I really want to move to Nassau, or I either want to move to Bimini.
What if your wife leaves you?
She won't leave me, but if she does, I'm still gonna move to Bimini.
Would you ever cheat on your wife?
Never ever, man. Let me tell you something, bro. I stopped even looking at girls, dog. I keep my eyes on work. When I'm at work, I'll be all in these restaurants, bro. These girls be all waiting on me to show up because it's like clockwork. And they be trying to talk, trying to come over there, making little innuendos and stuff. I don't even pay them no attention, bro. None at all, bro. And because I found when I was making love to my wife, because I had been with other women, I was thinking about other women while I was making love to my wife. So I told my wife instantly, like, this ain't healthy. This is not good. And so we prayed on it. And then I just started working towards just staying focused on work and focused on God, not even thinking about anything else. So now I don't think about no other woman but my wife. I make love to my wife in the right state of mind and everything. Not thinking about no other woman, no other images of a woman or anything. Just only my wife. And it's pure, bro. It's pure. I go to sleep. I sleep peacefully and she sleep peacefully with no kind of disgust, with no type of contaminant. I rush home to my wife and she rush home to me. When I'm at work and she off, she come help me at my job. Well, however she comes, she might come to somewhere and bring me lunch, or I might go to her job when I'm off, help her move inventory around from store to store. We're like a good team, bro. We're equally yoked. We're really a good team.
That's great. Is she your best sexual experience?
Yes. Bro, I've been with 3 and 4 girls at a time, bro. Like I've been with like, but she's the best. She's the most purest. It's love. It's all. It's real. It's not none of that. It's not lust. It's not lust. I used to be lustful. I used to want to plant my flag. I guess young men we all taught to have plant as many flags as possible, right? So, but now I feel like I was in vain because like I said, when I spend time with my wife, like in a romantic way, I was thinking about other women, and I was like, I had to repent. And you know it's impossible to repent until you change the way you look at it. That's why you can be baptized all you want, but if you don't change your perception, you're never gonna change your subsequent actions. As long as you're looking at it the wrong way, you're always gonna approach it the wrong way. So like that's why I was able to move forward like in this manner and have a pure relationship. I tell my wife everything, and she tell me everything. We don't have no secrets. The biggest problem we have is my 16-year-old stepdaughter. You know what I mean? Sneaking out the house.
So you got no issues.
No issues. No issues whatsoever, bro. I used to have a lot of. I used to sleep in my car, bro. Yep, I used to sleep in my car. I remember when I was like in South Central LA, it was even worse. When I was a kid, bro, I don't care about sharing this. Everybody got a story. Maybe this will bring some peace to somebody else. Let them know they can overcome anything. My mom I was born in
Hey,
'83, bro.
all
What's
for
up?
us. All for us. You figured it out.
Huh?
What's the biggest struggle in your relationship right now?
The biggest problem?
Struggle.
My stepdaughter. She like real manipulative, and she try to play her dad and play her mom against each other, and it's just like I just gotta stand back and I see it like, oh no, that's not healthy. They supposed to be co-parenting, and it's just a lot of bug crap. Like it ain't no arguing or nothing. It's just arguing with the daughter, because the daughter she said all she does is talk bad about her dad, and then when we discipline her, we take her cell phone away or something like that. She calls her dad on the tablet and demonizes her mom, and so I always gotta sit there and be like, you need to talk to your father about what you're going through. Talk, because I'm just a stepfather. Like I try to talk to her and be the voice of reason, but ultimately they need to be in a position. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. You know what I mean? I don't know how to. I don't know. They gotta grow up. They gotta grow up first, because they both have some resentment, from what I can see.
How will you feel if your wife cheated on you?
I would be heartbroken. I would be a little. I would be distracted a little bit, but I'll recover because I've been through that before. Not with my wife, but I would be like, I'm more steadfast, bro. I'm focused on the prize, man. I know honoring God has brought me this far. It's gonna bring me all the way home. I got distracted before, dog. I got so distracted. I had cameras in my house. I was dating this girl. I was making so much money. I let her move in my house with her kids, bro. I had cameras in there. I watched her bring a guy in my house, bro. I literally left a job paying $120,000 a year, working 3 days a week, and I was ready to go back to Cali. Like I was like, forget this. Got there and ended up forgiving her and kicking her out, bringing her back, and then I was like, you know what? I lost my mind. You know what I mean?
Do
Now
you got
I've stood
cameras
in
in your house
Ohio. I
right
left
now?
that girl alone. Yeah,
Do
I'll
you
always
got?
have cameras in my house. I
I
have a
got a
teenager,
question for
man. She
you.
sneaks out.
Are you high right now?
No,
You should have said you high on the Holy Spirit.
you say I'm on fire, bro. I feel like I'm on fire, bro. I don't. I feel good, bro. I feel. You know what, bro? You ain't. This gonna rock your mind, bro. I really believe like I can perform miracles now. I really believe that, bro. I'm starting to believe it because people be expecting me to do something and I do the opposite and it changes everything. And as I be just trying to put God in it all the time and it just seemed like the workout always better. Even when I'm upset, I had to stop and I'd be like, how can I approach this in a way that'll please God and it works out better? People could be racist to
Eric,
me and I'd be like, I'd be all over the
Eric,
country, bro, and I'd be
Eric,
like, they be calling me all kind of words and boy, and I ask myself like, how could I approach this in a way that please God? And I'd be like, they call me a boy, I'd be like, how you doing, bro? You know what I mean?
Eric. Hold up, though. Hold
What's
up,
up?
bro. How do I word this?
It's God, bro. If you keep God in there, man, it'll give you in the
No, no,
equation, it'll
Eric,
always
Eric,
give you the
Eric. Just,
opportunity.
just hold up. What I needed in that moment was a little bit of silence, so my brain. Bro, what's your biggest insecurity?
That my biggest insecurity that I'm not moving fast enough, man. That I already don't have like multi-millions of dollars. I gotta go to work every day, bro. I want to spend time and make great memories, because life is not promised, and I want to just make good memories with everybody. I want to spend more time with people outside of work. You know what I mean? I want to hear what people got going on. I want to experience things. I want to experience people.
What's your biggest fear?
Disappointing God, bro. Like not being obedient, forgetting a moment where I should have honored God. Like I realize every moment is an opportunity to honor God. So my biggest fear is not being mindful of a moment and inducing the idea of God and approaching the situation self gratifying. Like that's my biggest fear, bro. I don't want to disappoint God when He got me in position for a reason.
How will you feel if you disappointed God?
Like I gotta make it up. I guess gotta make it up. I'll repent. I've disappointed God before, bro. I got angry. I've been sad. I've been emotional. I've been all kind. Been through it all. Like I had to. It was one time that my next door neighbor, my old neighbor, I let him park in my parking lot because he used to live there before me, and he dropped all his tools on my Cadillac. I had a CTSV, messed it up, and I wanted to hurt him. He brought a chainsaw, like he was gonna cut me with his chainsaw, and I had to go in the house talk to God, and God told me don't over appreciate my blessings. He showed me appreciate everything in honor of Him, and then He took everything away and gave me everything new.
What are you gonna? What are you?
I could have hurt
What are
that
you?
guy really bad. I got firearms. I could have hurt him and everything, but I showed him
What,
mercy. I learned that I don't have to always overstep. I don't gotta overvalue
bro?
things and
Bro,
compromise my relationship with God.
brother, you're painting over something that I think that you're trying your best to run away from. And I don't know if
What
you
is
have
that?
the courage. I don't know if you have the courage to say it here. I don't really think you should if you don't have that courage, but it might be helpful for some of us if you could share it.
Share what? Share what? What
What
courage
what
of
what
what?
you, what's really bothering you?
You know what? I have to ask God about that, bro. Like I hate to see people go through what I used to go through, bro. Because I remember before I knew God,
No,
like
I'm not talking about
I
in
used
the
to be in
past.
vain too.
I'm talking about right now.
Right now, I bear witness to people out unaware of the presence of God in their life. I watch them going through, living a world full of conditions, happy and sad. What they call love is just an infatuation with a facade. They don't even know love. You
No,
be,
I'm talking about yourself, not other people. What is it
That's what
about
saddens me the most.
yourself?
I can't save them
What?
from God's will. That's what saddens me.
So you got to save your complex?
No, no, what's wrong with me, bro? I hate seeing people going through the things that I used to go through. I hate seeing people going through things that I know is going to end bad for them, and no matter how much I
So
try to help them, they can't see it.
who right now is going through what you used to go through that's causing you that pain that you're feeling right now?
My stepdaughter,
How old is your stepdaughter?
she just turned 16 2 days ago. Like no, sorry, 5 days ago. I be on this road so much, man. They be flying by every day.
How long have you known her?
I've known her since I've known my wife.
I see. Let me see. What's your darkest secret?
My darkest secret. Darkest secret. Let me think. Do I have a dark secret? I don't have no dark secrets.
I didn't ask you if you have dark secrets. You got secrets though, right?
No, man. I used to be in the streets. I used to hand to hand. I used to be out here messing around in the streets like everybody. I'm from South Central LA, bro. I
I
used to
feel
shoot
you.
guns. I used to do all of that stuff.
So I'm asking which one of all of that is the darkest one that you can talk about?
They all equal. They all in vain. Like I said, there's no right or wrong. There's only an honor of God and in vain. So I was
Hold
in
up.
vain. I was just.
Bro, you know you cannot heal from trauma if you don't face it. You cannot just redefine it.
I used to be violent. How about that? That's one of my worst ones. I used to hurt people.
Hold up. Listen, brother, within self-therapy, there has to be a place in your heart where you are the most sober-minded. I see that you deal a lot with your feelings, especially when it comes to your God and your relationship with your God and how you see the world, the
It's my
perception.
reality. Yeah, my perception. It's my reality. I'm aware of
Hold
God.
up. Hold up. But you don't live in the world by yourself. So reality in of itself is never something you have to put my in front of it. It's just a word that doesn't have any pronouns in front of it. So that, and the key to that's important for you so you don't deceive yourself, is that whatever is real, other people can see it just as clearly as you can. If you cause yourself to redefine it, then that redefinition is just from your perspective, your perception. Everybody else can still see you as if you're naked, right? It's like a naked man running down the street who believes that air is his clothes. So from his perception, he's putting on clothes. But for everybody else, he's still very naked.
That's right.
That's what reality is. So reality is the fact that that man really is naked. But that man's reality, he got clothes on. He just believes his clothes is made up of air. That's why
Right.
there's a place within yourself where you ought to be so sober-minded, where you can face reality face to face, because naturally reality is terrifying. The terror of reality creates such a phobia in human beings. We like to paint over it with positive affirmations. I am good, I am great, I'm strong, I'm fast, I'm righteous, I'm holy. Anytime you find yourself having to say that, is because you're actually in a dark place. That's why you need light. So all those affirmations, those proclamations of how good you are, bro, I don't know what you're going through in your life, but you're in a dark place.
No,
And
no, no. I'm in the right place, bro. I'm in the right place at the right time.
I did not say you were in the wrong place. I said, remember, words have meaning.
A dark place. So what's so dark about being optimistic?
It's not necessarily that you are optimistic or not optimistic. All right? Optimism is not bad, but optimism is a mindset that doesn't necessarily that's not necessarily something you profess as much as it's something you act out. It's a state of being. Okay? And I do think you're optimistic that you're going to make it out of that dark place. In fact, optimism is only necessary when you have not yet left the darkness. A man who is out in the light doesn't need to be optimistic about the light. He's already there in the light. A man who is in the darkness has to be optimistic. If not, he's going to become hopeless because he is still in the darkness. Think carefully about what I just said. If I am in a dark room and I've been here for a long time and I don't feel like I'm moving fast enough to get out of this darkness, and everything around me is just so overwhelmingly telling me that, damn, I should give up. And I feel like if I should just stop thinking the way I think, I'm gonna give up. So optimism now gives me strength. Optimism is that belief that things will get better. And you
Gotta be
only
a
need to
believer.
and you only need to believe that things are gonna be better if things are not as good as they should be. And this is not external, this is all internal. This
But
is
as a
within
man
your
thinketh, so
mind.
is he, right? So if you believe it, then it's gonna manifest. You're gonna
As a
manifest
man,
it.
no, listen carefully. As a man thinketh, so is he sometimes.
Absolutely. Not
So,
sometimes, all the times.
Eric,
You see these people out here saying that they're girls and all that
Eric,
stuff.
Eric, I am giving you wisdom. Listen, bro, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with where you are, but I think I've listened to you enough to maybe volunteer a level of my essence that I don't really like getting into this state on TikTok. I'm not there yet. I'm 32 years old. I have a little bit of maturity to get before I get to the point where I think I can be beneficial to my audience, really going that deep into people's minds, into people's hearts. Because the things I preach, what's most important is not what I say. I always tell people, don't believe me. Just try to practice what I said. If it doesn't work, then you will know that I lied to you. And it's okay. The goal
Mm.
is if it works. I do think I'm giving people a formula, but sometimes people need to be tutored a little bit. All right? I don't think that you're necessarily in a bad place in your life, but you are in a dark place in your mind. And in tonight's communication, it seems like you have been unable to come up. That dark place, I don't know how far back it goes. So only you knows you. I attempted to ask you your darkest secret. I wasn't expecting you to tell me. But if
I'm an
you were
open book. I
able,
don't have.
it's okay. You're not as open of a book as you think. You see,
You can
bro?
ask me anything, bro. I'm gonna tell you. I don't have nothing to hide, bro, because it's part of this journey, bro. I feel like if I leave something out,
Listen,
somebody else
listen,
might be going
listen.
through it, and they might
Hold up,
not
Eric,
benefit from me
Eric,
keeping it to
Eric,
myself.
Eric. What is your darkest secret?
I smoke cigars. I love gazebos. I love smoking big ass cigars.
In your whole
I don't
life, that's your
drink. I
dark.
don't use
In your
drugs.
in your whole life. Hold up, bro. If I ask you for your darkest secret, I'm asking you, you don't tell me what you don't do. You don't say, I don't. That's denial. You are running away
I
from
don't
it.
have no dark
Now,
secrets, bro. I don't really think I can't think of any dark secrets.
that also is a problem. You want to know why? Because the question, what is your darkest secret, bro, is so precise. It's like when you go to the shooting range and you hit the zero, the bullseye. Anything outside the bullseye is short of perfection. And that question is a question that can only be truly answered honestly, and there's a level of fluency consistent with it. Like I said, I was not expecting you to tell me. I don't really want you to tell me. But I've just been confirming that you're not going to tell me. Now, check this out. I know you believe what you believe about your God, bro. But as men, our mental health is so often ignored. is so often ignored that we all develop coping mechanisms. And our coping mechanisms are usually based on evident from external, based on the things we say about ourselves. There's a lot of what you say you are that I think you really are those things. But there's also a lot out of what you've said to me that I think is a mask. It's like makeup. To where if you were to wash that makeup up and I saw you, you ain't gonna be as good looking as the makeup make you look.
That's
I just
interesting.
want
You
you to
said that,
I just want you to stand in front of the mirror and look at yourself without that makeup.
bro. I,
And
I just
it's
did that. I just done that. Like I literally early in the morning, I was standing in the mirror, just looking at myself in the mirror, and I just look at myself, just take my
bro,
time
that's
and
a
just look at myself.
metaphor. That's a metaphor.
But I don't just look at myself like what you thinking, like looking for imperfections. I look into my eyes. I look deep until I can't even see my physical being anymore.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about self-examination and honest diagnosis.
So self
Usually when a
actualization,
man
I already had that
no
moment.
usually you can know what a man is not based on what the man says he is. And then sometimes you can also know what a man is based on what he says he's not. A man who says a lot about themselves, about what they are, especially in terms of character, you expose yourself to the possibility of, how do I put it, small contradictions that
So
is
by
indicative
me
of deception.
professing that, so by me professing these things, just like I'm professing, I submit to God's will and I subscribe to God for all my direction. That shows my imperfection.
No, your insecurities, because you are not actually submitting the way you would like to submit, but by telling yourself over and over that that's what you do, it makes you feel as if that's what you're doing, when in reality you really ain't. And you know it deep down
Hmm.
inside of you. You know it deep
No,
down
no.
inside of
So
you.
so yeah. So to the best of my ability, because the world is filled with distractions, bro. I have to be
Don't blame
cautious of
the
the
world.
ideas I
We're
choose
not
to
talking about
entertain.
the world. We're not talking about the world. We're talking about you. This has nothing to do with anything external of yourself. This is all self-examination, not world examination. This is you. This is
Like
this
it
is a
take
place.
practice.
This is a place where there is only you. Nothing else, no one else.
But bro, it take practice and there's levels to it. So like, because I apply it so often, it get easier and easier. But I'm still not perfect at being mindful of the presence of God in all my ways. Like, I try it every day. I try to the best of my ability. But yeah, I'm not perfect yet. But I keep trying until I one day I will be perfect at it, and I will be able to do many
Hold up.
things, great many things.
Whatever you're trying to be is indicative of the fact that you're not yet there. How long you been trying?
Since the journey began. So since the journey began, it's been about almost 20 years.
That's a fucking long time.
Yeah, bro. It's a journey. It's really a
You
journey,
should
bro.
have you should have been there already.
Nah, bro. I'm right where God want me to be.
That's
Like
what you have to
it's
tell yourself to justify the fact that you were incompetent.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
So you
Yeah, I
assume
fell short.
no, no. You tell yourself that you are where God wants you to be so that you don't have to face the fact that not only do you not know what God really wants, but so that you can convince yourself or make yourself not feel too bad that you haven't lived up to the standard you always dreamed of. Check this out.
No,
This
you
is
might be right.
this
You
is
might be right, but I feel like God wants
listen.
me to be whole.
There
He wants
is
me to be complete.
you feel
He need
like
it's a
you
requirement. It's
don't
like a need, not really a want. It's not
you
really a
feel
want. I think
like
I know it's a need.
listen, brother.
It's a necessity.
That's that's why you're guaranteed to fail. And this is the last thing I'm going to tell you before I go on to my next guest. You should never want to be what anyone else wants you to be other than what you want to be. Even what God
Mm.
wants you to be
So it's for I should be
should
self gratifying.
listen. I'm going to use your religion to teach you that lesson. You do believe in Christ, right?
Yeah, I believe in Christ.
Did Christ not say, I have the power to lay
I
down
be-
my life and I have the power to take it back up?
yep.
The kind of righteousness you're seeking is not one that comes by glorifying God with your words or with your feelings and your ambitions. It's one that comes by transforming yourself without necessarily looking forward to validation outside of yourself. So
Mm.
you want to be it by nature, not by composure. So
No, but your nature
even
develops after you apply it. You like a doctor learns how a doctor don't even realize his nature's changed because of all of his studies. He can look at a person without even just looking at a person without and diagnose them without them going through any tests. But a painter can look at that person
brother, you
and
have
tell
the
that person has
exact
medical
same
diagnosis.
problem that most religious people have. That's why, first of all, your shame and your guilt. When I asked you for your darkest secret, I was really asking you to tell me your biggest shame, what you're most shameful about. Naturally, if it's your biggest shame, it follows that you won't tell me. But at least if I say the words, you might think of it, which was my real goal. If you are able to overcome your deepest shame, your guilt, if you're able to value your failures in the same capacity as you value your success, only then will you be complete. And completeness is holiness. I do enjoy
All right.
enjoy our conversation tonight, bro. That's why I think
I
we've
did too,
arrived
bro.
at a good we've arrived at a good place, bro. My last advice for you and my last words for you, bro, is stop lying to yourself and let these words echo through your mind. You might not yet realize you're lying to yourself, but if you go and take some time when you get home, proper self-examination, re-examine every aspect of your life. But this time around, don't examine it with how you feel like it should be. Examine it based on what it actually is. As even when what it is
All right.
contradicts how you feel like it should be. When you properly identify those problems that way, you realize how much easier it is for you to solve them. In fact, you realize that the solutions to most of what you want to solve is already there in front of you. You realize that that standard
All
you were
right.
trying to reach, you could reach it tomorrow. To the point where if someone asks you to die today, you can die in peace, having achieved everything that you wanted to
You're
achieve,
fully
not
right.
what God planned for you or what somebody else know. That's the approach.
Right,
Such
you're
as
right.
myself.
And and,
Let
and,
me
and
tell you
and my
something about
my
myself.
only regret is I wish I knew then what I know now. That's the only regret. I wish I knew then what I know now.
Let me tell you something about myself. My ambitions and my hope for the future, my predictions for the future, my logic, those are all my fantasies. As far as my reality, I'm ready to die right now. So it doesn't matter if I
Yeah,
succeed
me
in
too.
life
Me
or
too,
if I
bro. Me
fail in
too.
life.
I am too.
Hold up. It doesn't matter if I succeed in life or if I fail in life. I have already won. I have already accomplished my goal in life
Mm-hmm.
because my goal in life
Yep.
is not to be perfect, but is to be myself at every given moment. Whether myself is the worst version of me
Mm.
or the best version of me, completely irrelevant. I just have to be authentic. I just have to be real to myself. When I achieve that, there was no need to believe in God anymore because, okay, hellfire, I'm totally fine with hellfire. Like I don't prefer hellfire or more than heaven, right? If the Christian God was real, when I think of going to hellfire, I feel just as excited as I feel about going to heaven. Genuinely, when I think about eternal
Mm.
flames, there's an excitement about it. There's a joy about it in my heart because I'm not afraid of it. And that lack of fear is proof that all the shit I learned as a Christian doesn't have any authority over my mind. That also means I know exactly what I need to do if I get to hellfire. I even know exactly what I need to do to get to hellfire. And the same is true about heaven. So naturally, when I arrive at that state within Christianity, I cannot remain a Christian anymore. I have to graduate because there's much more beyond that. Now, when you realize that God doesn't exist, you will realize that there are greater things in existence than even God. Thank
You
you
the
for your
man, bro.
time.
I like the way you think, man. You're a critical thinker, bro, and you really
Hey,
helped me and reinforce my belief.
don't use the word critical. Use the word real thinker. Of course, bro, your beliefs are untouchable by me. I was never trying to appeal to your beliefs. Those are in the innermost part of your being, and they are grounded upon your subjective experiences. I was just trying to bring clarity into your mind by appealing to your reasoning, your ability
But
to
you really
independent.
affirmed a lot of things for me, bro.
Whatever I affirm for you,
You don't even know it.
bro, I don't have the power to control how you feel, but I have the power to communicate something to you. And if you are a smart man, you should have the ability to understand me without 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 filtering what I'm saying through your emotions. If not, you're just a woman. Sorry, women, for saying that, but that's what I'm saying. I'm appealing to your reason,
See what
not to
I
your
mean?
feelings.
That's the problem with the error in perception.
I'm not, brother, the only way you could have understood me is to step out of your perception into reality. Within reality, there are no perceptions. That's why the things that are realest in our worlds, we don't argue about those things. It
Reality
goes
is
without saying.
perception is reality, though. They go hand in hand.
Brother, listen again. Perception is like the room, like the closet in your room. Reality is everything outside of your house. All right?
Perception is how you perceive something, how you perceive it, bro. How you perceive your outside. That's the perception. Like that's the perception, bro.
Okay.
How you perceive it. You
Hold
perceive the
up.
trees as green. You perceive the dirt as brown. You perceive the sky as blue. That's your perception. But from another let's say if you were an ant, you would live in the cracks. Even though you live in the same world we living in, you living in the cracks. You technically live in another dimension because you live so low to the ground that your perception of everything around you is different from something that's bigger than you. Your perception is different from something that's taller or something that's smaller. Your perception changes based off of, you know, everything. Your perception
Bro,
is reality.
brother,
You
how
might you
did you
might
ma-
just see a ground, but you don't see all the insects on the ground.
how did you manage to confuse yourself that much?
That's perception, bro. That's perception. You might not be able to see the animals or the insects on the ground while you driving on the street, but they're there. You might not be able to see the microorganisms, but they're there. But if I gave you a microscope, then you would have a different perception. You'll be like, oh, there are germs there. You would know, even though you ain't looking through a microscope no more. You would know. That's called advanced perception. Your perception evolving. The more you learn, the better you.
Hold up,
If you knew
Eric.
better, you would do better. The more you learn, the better your perception.
Eric, calm down. Is everybody's perception different?
Yes, and that's their reality. That's why some people struggle and some people don't. Some people struggle to do
Eric,
simple
Eric,
tasks because they're
Eric,
looking at it the wrong way.
Eric, are you a human being?
Absolutely.
Am I a human being?
In the flesh and blood.
I didn't ask you if it's in the flesh or blood. Yes or no? Am I a human being?
Yes.
I agree with
Yes,
you.
sir.
How
As far as I
how
know.
did you how did you and I come to the conclusion that we're both humans if our perceptions are different? You see, that's
You
because
know, that's a good question because
hold
some
up.
people
Let me
used to say
answer.
black
Let me
people wasn't
answer.
even
Let me
human. You
answer.
remember that?
Let me hold up. Let me
You
answer.
remember that perception?
Hold up. The reality is that the fact that you and
Yeah, you
I
can't
are
denote that. You
both,
can't denote that one though.
the fact that you and I are both human is not based on our perception, it's based on reality. If it was based on our perception, I can tell you that no, I am not human. And you won't be able to argue with me. So what makes me human
Tell that to the pygmy
is
people.
independent of my perception. So much that within your perception, it will be the exact same thing. The things that are the same in each of our perceptions is what we call reality. The things that are different and unique to each of our perceptions is what we call delusions. So everything that you perceive, that only you could perceive, those are your delusions. Anything that you perceive that everybody else can perceive like you perceive, that's reality. Knowing the difference between both is not
Do
a
you do you
skill that
realize do
many
you
people
realize you can
have.
be captivated by a perception? You can be captivated by a perception. You can literally be possessed by a thought. You can be possessed by a possession, and your actions will reflect that. Your actions will reflect that you don't know
Bro,
no better.
are you even listening to me, bro?
Yeah, you basically saying the same thing I'm saying.
No, it's not. Your overemphasis on perception is evident that you don't understand what perception is. And I was trying to simplify it to you, like
That's the
at
whole meaning of
kindergarten level. Listen, I give you the analogy of your closet in your room and everything outside your house. Now, I'm trying to show you how you and I can both identify that we're both humans. That's beyond our perception. That's a fact of reality. That doesn't depend on your perception or my perception. Though we can both perceive it,
bro.
it's because it is so. Because, not because, okay, there's a way that you can perceive things that makes those things what they are because of how you're perceiving it. But there's some things that are themselves regardless of how you perceive them. The things that remain themselves regardless of how you perceive them, that's reality. That's what we call reality. Such things you have to realize in order for you to even perceive. You have to realize. Now, perception and realization work hand in hand, like you said earlier, in that specific context. But the conclusion is what we will call reality. That's consistent. With reality, you have consistency. With perception, it's subjective. It's completely dependent on your feelings and your emotions if it's completely subjective. So yes, human beings, the most difficult thing we are trying to accomplish is to align our perceptions. We're trying to meet at the intersecting point. Actually, let me show you. I'm going to demonstrate, okay, with a drawing. Think of,
Yeah, perfect. Because artists. That's the perfect example. Because an artist truly understands perception.
look at this, okay?
They're visionaries. They're able to visualize.
Do you see the screen?
Yes,
The what is the most important thing about this point right here?
that's where all the lines meet.
That's reality. Every other point outside of this, from this point, bro, you can see the whole graph equally without even taking a step. But the line represents my perception. This represents your perception. Where your perception meets mine is where reality is. So you and I can only interact within reality, not within our individual perceptions of the world. And guess what? Because we live in
Now,
a
now,
world where
now,
it's
draw two squares. Draw two squares, though.
no,
Draw
no,
two
hold
squares and
up,
connect the
hold
lines,
up,
and watch what
hold
you
up,
see.
hold up.
Draw a
Now look at
cube and watch
this.
what you see. Draw a cube and
Listen,
watch what
look
you
at
see.
this. There's almost 400 people in this life. I can draw 400. This TikTok live right now is the very dead center. If I was to draw
Hmm.
400 lines, all the 400 lines in this live right now have to go through this center point. And the fact that we're all here right now listening to each other, that's what's actually happening. Though we have our personal lives and individual things going on where other people intersect with us outside of the context of this life. Sure. Right? There's other things going on in our
But
life.
you realize that dot with that dot with those lines, it could also represent a pyramid, just depending on how you're looking at it.
No, sir. No, sir. That's completely out of context of what I'm trying to teach you.
So those four lines with that dot, I can either see that's a for all those lines meet at one point, or I can see that that's a pyramid from above.
Brother, I think you're tired tonight. Bro, how the heck didn't you get that?
Because that's the perception. That's what I'm explaining to you. Like the way you look at it is the way you approach
Guess
it.
what? You realize how surprised I am that you're saying that's a pyramid? Because that's only in your head. You can't deal with me based on what is in your head. The way
But
I
from
communicate,
a different perspective, it's a pyramid. From a different perspective, a different placing point, it's a pyramid. And then if you
but
know that from you've seen that before, then you know it. Your perception is that's a pyramid.
Eric, I drew these lines, not you. I explained to you what I meant when I drew the line. And yet you saw it the way your mind.
Right.
You saw it completely different. You know what that means? That means you're unteachable. You can never succeed. That means you're wasting your potential, bro. You need to have the ability to see the world as it is rather than what you feel like it should be. The pyramid is completely irrelevant in this context, considering that I was the initiator of this and I was literally trying to show you the convergence of perspective. These lines represent each and every one of our different perspectives. This is person A, person B, person C, and the only reason why we are aware of each other is because our realities converge, our perceptions converge at reality, which is point zero. That's the only purpose of this graph. Every other thing associated with this
I
graph
got it.
has
I
nothing
got
to
you, bro.
do.
I was just explaining
Right.
that.
No, there's
I
no need.
understand that, but what I was
There is
explaining is
there is
that
there is no need
someone
for
else
your
can see it a
brains.
different way.
That's an intrusive thought. That means that you are not giving my explanation your undivided attention. It doesn't mean that you're wrong in whatever you're saying, but what you're saying cannot be perceived by me because you didn't draw that graph. And now you're imposing a meaning upon that graph that has nothing to do with the reality of why that graph was generated. It's that you go to school and your teacher writes a formula and then you see it the way you want to see it. You're going to fail the test. You have to be able to see what your teacher put on the board
That's right.
based on how the teacher explained for you to gain that knowledge. Then once you've gained that knowledge and mastered that knowledge, you have to find a useful way of taking your perception and applying it to that knowledge. Your perception has no use if you cannot transfer it to the people who are listening to you and make it useful to them. That is why in this world there's something called innovation. Okay, there's something called invention and something called innovation. Invention is when you have an original idea and you make something useful out of that original idea. Innovation is when somebody comes and studies your original idea and then improves upon it. But you cannot improve upon an original idea without mastering the original idea. Bro, that's what religion fucking does to people. Because everybody always want to fucking see things from God perspective. God perspective when we don't, God's not here on a day-to-day basis in the real world, bro. If I'm drowning, God ain't gonna fucking save me. I sure as hell hope there's a human being right there. If I'm hungry, God sure as hell ain't gonna give
Or a
me food.
dolphin.
I need to be within reality enough to understand that if I'm hungry, I need to reach out to a human being if I want to eat. If I sit in my house and I pray for 7 days, by the 8th day, I'll be dead. And even if I was to get help, it would still have to be a human being walking through that door, regardless of how I feel or what the fuck I think about the world. So if I see that reality, I can preemptively just go and look for that human being and ask them for help without having to pray, without having to believe in no fucking God. You see, you skip all the mumbo jumbo that slows your intelligence. That's called efficiency. If I'm sick, rather than wasting 1 hour at home praying about that shit, they just to go to the hospital, I can just fucking go to the hospital. You guys, the way you act is like your God's got like a huge ass whip over your back that every time you trip, he's gonna fucking hit you, that you can't even just fucking relax. Don't stress yourself, bro. You know, I tell people, don't pray. If you believe that your God knows what you want before you ask, never pray. Praying is disrespectful. It's like you telling your boss how to do his job. That's an insult. That means you don't really believe that God knows what you want before you ask. If you know that God knows what you want before you ask, why the fuck are you praying? You think that God's suddenly gonna be like, oh shit, I forgot. Now that you ask, I'm gonna give you.
That's where I'm at
Oh, you
now. Like
got,
that's where I'm at now. Like I prayed. Now I'm at the point where I trust in God, where I know I can do all things in Christ Jesus. I know I can do all things.
bro,
I can change anything.
bro.
I can intervene. I can
Let me
intervene on
tell you
my own
something.
now. And
Let me tell you something. There's a CEO to the company I work for. I don't trust that motherfucker. I don't know that motherfucker. Personally, I know of him. Guess what? The reality is that he knows how to do his job. He does his job. He takes care of his family. I go to work. I focus on my job. And I rarely think about that dude. And the company still works. If I have to be thinking about him all the time because he's my boss, when am I gonna focus on doing my job? It's compartmentalization. You don't really believe. That's why you need constant confirmation and affirmation. That's why you have to affirm that I am this, I am that, I'm that. Bruh, if I know that I'm a good person and everyone
I
is
see
calling
it.
me a
I
bad
see it
person,
that way though. That's the way I see it.
no. Don't just see it that way. Live it that way. The essence of that freedom is only experiential when you live it that way.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time, brother. Come back
Yeah.
another
That's the
day.
way I live though. All right, bro. You have a great day, man.
Yes, sir. Never underestimate a good opportunity to sharpen somebody's mind. This brother right here, many of you are like him. Intrusive thoughts. You guys cannot protect your mind from intrusive thoughts. Someone could literally be talking to you, and within the first 5 seconds, you already zoned out. That's why they say focus. Focus. That's what focus is for. Focus. Focus. That's not just him. To be honest, that's a human problem. Religious people just have it worse. Because you could be telling a religious person about your problem, and as soon as you start talking, they've already spiritualized it. They automatically filter everything you say
Hello?
through their religion.
Hello?
What's up, brother?
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Thank you. Why, what's your, like, standpoint? I'm just curious. Like, why do you believe there's no God?
Because there isn't. It's not a belief, it's just a fact. There's God nowhere. And all the people who say that God exists, they
Mm,
can't point us in the direction where we can find God. They can only open
mm.
their mouth to talk about it, like fiction.
Don't you think different cultures develop their own sense of God?
That's right, because human beings invented God. In the beginning, man created the gods.
Elaborate. You hear me?
You said what?
I said elaborate. Like, why do you think man created God?
I don't think that. I know that.
Why?
We're the ones who called it God, right?
Okay.
We're the ones who defined it, right?
Okay.
We're the ones who talk about it and make it relevant. If we were all to shut up about it, what relevance would it have?
So you're atheist, like you believe in nothing, like there's
The idea of God is completely dependent on human validation. If we completely invalidate the idea, it disappears.
I think in my opinion you can like look at nature around you and just know there's some type of force that created it.
You know why you said some type of force?
But I don't believe God is a he, him, she, nothing. I believe God is energy.
Then guess what?
Go
That
ahead.
just means you're confused. Because if you knew what energy was and you knew what God was, you would know that God doesn't exist, but energy does exist. And that's
Would
it.
it would
Then
it
you will never have to say that it's God, but you know. It's like me saying that Donald Trump is my dad because he's the president of the United States. So I'll be like, oh, that means that Donald Trump is the daddy of all Americans.
wouldn't
No.
energy oh my bad. Go ahead.
Did you hear what I said?
No, I just heard you.
I
I'll
said,
go ahead.
you saying that God is energy is like
Uh,
me saying that Donald Trump is the father of all Americans because he's the president. When in fact, if
elaborate.
I knew what a father was and I knew what a president was, I would know that Donald Trump as the father of all Americans doesn't exist, but Donald Trump as the president exists. So there is no father of all Americans. Every American has a different father, but
Okay.
all Americans have the same president. So energy is energy and God is God. Energy exists, God doesn't. God is defined as a he. It's a masculine word. The feminine word is goddess.
I mean, that's in some cultures though. That's coming from like a
That is the root
Abrahamic
of the
religion.
word. That's literally the root of the word.
God,
It's a masculine. The
God.
feminine is goddess.
Okay.
Yes. Just like male and female. God and goddess.
Okay.
Man
I hear
and
you.
woman.
So you don't think God exists, but you believe energy exists.
Energy literally is fundamentally positive and negatively
Mm-hmm.
charged. Within it, there is already that male and female element as one. And
Okay.
we know that it can neither be created nor destroyed. It has nothing to do with religious dogma. It has nothing to do with God.
Oh,
It's part of nature.
yeah.
It has. You don't have to redefine energy as God just to make yourself feel good. God itself, as religious people understand it, doesn't exist. Energy, as part of the natural world, does exist. It's not God. It's simply the ability to do work
Okay.
within reality. That's it.
All right.
When you can
I
separate those two things, you realize that there's no need to even argue on this subject. It's
I
just
just
that
want you.
religion.
I just want you to know that I'm not coming from a Abrahamic religion perspective, but I get what you mean. I like your
If you
thought
already
on
worked hard enough to free yourself from the Abrahamic perspective, free yourself from the fucking word.
it. Mhm.
It's like Superman, right? Superman doesn't exist because man exists.
Okay.
And Superman is just man with a
Someone
super.
someone in the chat just said, men gave energy a name. What do you think on that?
The difference between the concept of energy and the concept of God is that when man conceptualized energy, he conceptualized it based on observable reality.
Okay.
Whereas when man conceptualized God, he fabricated it within his imagination to fill in the gap for the reality he could not observe.
Okay.
Let me repeat myself.
Go ahead.
When man defined and conceptualized energy, he conceptualized it based on observable reality.
Right.
But when man conceptualized God, he fabricated the idea of God in place of a reality he couldn't observe because
Mm.
it's not there.
So, if you don't mind me asking, what's your ethnic background?
Black.
Okay. Like, do you? Because I'm asking. Shoot. I don't know how to reply to that. Of course, we are
I'm
black. Yeah.
African, bruh.
Okay. Do you know your tribe?
I'm a Mogamo man.
Do you practice their spirituality or no?
Nope.
Okay.
But
Why?
my understanding of African tradition goes beyond my tribe because my
Okay.
tribe is more like a sub tribe. There aren't that many tribes anymore that are like major tribes. Many tribes are like divided up. There used to be one massive tribe, then they split up after a while and then became independent tribes.
Hmm.
So you find many common traditions
Yeah, you're right.
within. Like I come from a part of West Africa. We are all Bantus.
Hmm.
And if you trace the traditions of the Bantus back, you go all the way back to Bakongo, even further than that, you know. You can go back even all the way back to ancient Egypt and Kemeth.
Yeah.
Our traditions are all rooted in that. But there's a lot of superstition in our African tradition as well. So we have a lot of work to do. We got to filter out the bullshit and whatever is scientific we take and keep.
Right. Okay.
This
I'll
will
get
take
you.
intentionality. But Africans are not intentional about this because most Africans are Christians. They believe the world is going to end very soon. So they don't really give a fuck about the future.
Okay. Well, I don't want to switch the topic,
It's all good.
so I
Thank you.
I got you. Thank you for letting me up.
You're welcome.
I'll leave.
Yo, can you hear me?
I heard your ancestors. I don't know about you.
Yo, you remember me though? From like 2 years ago, like even like, cause you helped me deconstruct, you know?
Did I?
Yeah. You don't remember me, huh? I remember I go by Bless with it. You couldn't pronounce it.
Do you live in England?
No, I live in Canada.
Canada.
Yeah.
Oh.
Remember I told you my dad's a pastor?
That young boy that was having problems with his family?
Yeah, like mental health and
You were like in your like in your lower 20s?
no
Like
30s.
23, 24?
No 30s. I was
No.
30. I was 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've spoken to a bunch of brothers like that, but welcome back. What you got for me this time?
Well, I have a question, man, because my dad's a pastor, right? And right
You
now,
mean a scammer?
well, like when I think about it,
It's okay. Your dad is a pastor. I was just trolling. What you got?
yeah. So basically, like he's 75, you know, and I felt like he's about to like leave this earth, you know, like in the next couple like 10, 15 years, you know, hopefully, you know. So like,
Hopefully.
not hopefully, you know what I mean, you know, like.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But what I'm saying is that like I went back to church like last Sunday, just to be part of like the community again because like even though I don't believe anymore, I just wanted to be like beside him, you know, make him happy, you know, because like doesn't have that long left, you know, and he knows that I don't believe the same way he does, you know. So I was wondering like how do you navigate that, like be part of that community but not believing the way they do, you know?
You know what's amazing, bro? Because today I was drawing up my plan. Starting 2026, I'm going to start life coaching.
Yeah.
I'm going to start coaching. Okay. So I'm gonna take on students. I don't like using the word students. Shit. I don't even like the word life coaching. But I think one of the most difficult things people face is how to intelligently exit their religion without losing the social relationships they have.
Yeah.
Bro, it's just another social gathering.
It is.
You know the lingo. Believe is in your heart.
Yeah.
Okay? But you don't have if
the way I see the way they do the things now, it's like they're acting, man. Like I don't like I'm watching it, it's like it's weird, you know. I'm like I used to do those things too.
No. It's not weird no more for you. It's now for your entertainment.
Yeah,
You should be excited, especially since your dad is. You should be excited every time you go to church now, because of course you're there to support your dad, but you will never not be entertained.
yeah.
Listen, when I go to church these days, bro, I literally go, and when people are praying, you know what I'm doing? I'm literally like this,
Yeah, me too. I do the same thing.
bro. Sometimes I will find one person and I will just fixate on that person. I'll just be watching that person. I'll be like, holy shit. Was I really like that? You know? And then if you watch really closely, bro, you can see their pain. You can see their suffering. You can see their insecurities.
Yes.
You can see what they are running away from.
Literally, man, from 2 years ago when I talked to you, remember I was overweight, you know, I was like
I told you
340.
to go work out.
Yeah, I went workout, bro. In 8 months, I dropped 115 pounds.
What?
100. I weigh 230 now
Wow.
from 345, bro. I really locked in, and I actually like take my life into my own hands instead of praying to God and waiting for deities to help me. I actually like go out there and grind, you know.
I remember you now. Back then, you were talking to me and you had a hard time breathing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That's how fat you were.
yeah, I know.
Bro couldn't even breathe right.
I know. Like I couldn't even when sleeping. Like I would snore so loud. Like people would be like, "Yo, what's wrong with this guy, bro?"
Bro, you was talking to me and you were struggling, bro. I was like, what the heck is going on? But you know what's amazing? That wasn't me. I was just maybe like 0.001%. And the fact that you actually went and acted upon it, that should tell you about yourself. That's who you really are now. If you could do something that difficult, bro, you can totally go back to church without being part of the sauce.
Yeah, I'm not
You're like a
I'm,
drop of oil. Let me tell you something. Water and oil do not mix.
yeah,
So even if you take a drop of oil and put it in the ocean, it still will never mix.
yeah. The thing with me though is like I'm a musician, right? Like I used to play like music at church, so like I basically went back just so I can do that. But like I actually make my own music. I'm a music
Do
producer and
you do
artist, you
you
know.
There you go. That's what I was gonna say. Make sure that when you're around people in church, you're making money. Make your business.
Yeah,
That's what you should do if you're in any social gathering anyways.
yeah. That's
Okay?
basically what I'm trying. I told them, you know. I told them like if I'm gonna come help, I'm gonna need some income, you know.
And guess what? Don't do it sincerely from your heart. It's a
Yes,
job.
yes,
Because like I said, church people are not bad people.
no, but they
The
could be
pro the,
bad though because they can't live the way they
no
can't
no
live
no
the
no
life, but
no
they're trying
no
to preach it to you.
no no. They ain't no bad. They're not worse than we are. The problem is that they don't know that.
But
That's where the problem is.
I feel like I'm better than them because like not better than them in
No,
that
you're
sense.
not. No, you're not. You're
No,
different.
the why I
You're
said that
you
why I say
you are
that is because
different. You're different, not better.
okay,
You have a different mindset.
yes. Why I say that is because
And
like why I say that is because like the life some Christians in the church, right? They go out to the club, they're drinking, they're smoking weed, they're doing all those things, they're having sex, you know, all that. But me, I don't do that. Not because of God, but because I choose not to.
guess what? Outside of your non-belief and their belief, that doesn't make them worse than you.
Yeah, true, true.
You want to know what? You want to know the real truth?
Yeah.
They're actually just like you. They don't really believe,
Yeah.
but they got their reasons for going there. Listen again. Let me repeat. Let me repeat what I just said. They are just like you. They don't really believe. They just got their reasons why they go there. Just like you're going for your dad, and now you're gonna play music. You might make some money, and you might get entertained. That's exactly what those people are there for.
That's
When they
deep,
leave the
bro.
church, they live their life as if church does not exist. That's why they have sex, they go to the clubs, some of them scam, they do all the things they do.
Yeah,
They don't really believe.
that's crazy, bro. I
Many,
never thought about it
many
like
people
that.
in the church, many people, if not most, don't really believe. Many people are there for family reasons. Many people are there because that's their therapy. Somebody's gonna tell them something that's gonna make them feel good, but the rest of the bullshit, they don't really believe it. Some people are there because they're scared. Some people are there because they're insecure. Some people are there because they're guilty. Some people are there because of their father. Some people are there because they play music. Some people are there because their crush goes there. Some people are there because it's easy to get women. Some women are there to get
Yeah,
husbands.
yeah.
That's why just because
It's
you don't
crazy,
believe doesn't
bro.
mean you cannot attend a social gathering with church people. No.
Yeah, that's basically
What
what I see it
you
as, man.
you can put oil and water in the same container and they don't mix.
Yeah, for real, man. That's basically what I wanted to ask you, like, because, like, obviously, like, I want to help my dad, but I haven't gone to church in like 2 years when I was deconstructing. I was like listening to your videos on YouTube. Like, whenever you didn't go live, I would go. I watch basically all your videos, like from beginning to end, to the last videos. I rewatch them, rewatch them, rewatch them. I just keep learning.
That means that you're at the stage where you should be reconstructing your life. Become a man of high value. Work on your
Yes,
career now. So you see,
yes,
you lost weight now. Maybe you can lose another 30 pounds if possible.
yes.
But
I
no
am.
worries now. You've already done enough there. Now you got to work on gaining weight in your bank account.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, man. Literally, I'm working on a business right now.
Don't worry, brother. I don't know if I'm not even following you on this. I know I follow you on my main page. Are you following me on my main page?
I follow you. I think I follow you on this page and your main page, but I don't think you follow me back.
I just followed you on this page. Send me a message. We need to connect on WhatsApp. I might as well start building the team right now, young brother. And like I said, bro, congratulations to you. And when you're in the church, remember, you're not better than them. You just have your reasons to be there, just
Yeah,
like they have their reasons. The only difference is that you're there intentionally now.
yeah, exactly.
You don't allow them to exploit your shame, your guilt, or your fears anymore.
Yes, that's deep because like it was my second time going there last Sunday, and a church lady came up to me because I wear earrings. She's like, "Next time you come, don't bring the earrings." I'm like, "Bro, like if you're not gonna accept me the way I am, I'm not coming anymore." Like, did you know?
Listen, if they say don't wear your earrings, just wear your earrings and come back like you didn't hear them the first time.
Yeah. I don't have to
You
tell
don't
them
have
that.
to be you don't have to be rude. You don't have to be disrespectful.
Okay, 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 okay.
You just do what you want and let the only person who can stop you be the one who can come and pull them off your ear. Listen. The key thing about deconstructing is to acquire peace of mind.
Yes.
All right? Religious people are not at peace. That's why they're always asking God to forgive them because they always feel like they did something wrong
Yeah.
naturally. They're always wrestling within themselves.
Yeah.
Your peace is the fact that you know that you're human. You know that no God ever came to you.
Nah.
You know that the Bible is just a bunch of stories that you can learn from, even if it's fictional.
Yeah.
All the things I say all the time. If you have to read the Bible, read the damn book. In fact, now that you're back in church, read it more now for yourself. So you can see exactly how fiction occurs. You don't necessarily like God more than like the devil. It's just a storybook. Read it so you at least have the knowledge. So now one day if you have to talk to them, you know what's in it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I learned a lot from you since like your talking points. You know, I've told my sister and everything, but she gets so mad at me. Like whenever we talk about religion, and I'm trying to like tell her like, especially like you remember when you said about like the Tower of Babel, how God like confused human beings and like they didn't want them. God didn't want them to like ascend to where He is. Like I was like, damn, that conversation you talked about, man. I was like, that's crazy. I never thought about it like that. Like, you know?
Yeah, just think about it. God was scared of what human unity could do.
Yeah,
So he literally comes and confuses their language. Now, the only thing that really proves is that the Christian God is just like all the other gods of the other countries in those days and time, because that's what the Greek gods used to do. The Greek gods used to interfere with human events all the time, and you could kill the Greek gods.
yeah,
So the biggest secret in the Bible is that the Christian God can be killed by mortals. The Christian God is not immortal. The Christian God can be killed. The Bible God can be killed. And humanity certainly can kill that God.
he's scared. You know, he's scared of us.
Or maybe whoever wrote the book, whatever human being wrote the book, is scared of us, is scared of human unity.
Yeah,
Maybe that's why they use divide and conquer to separate us. They're always
yeah,
pitting white people against black people, women against men. The more divided we are, who benefits? Those who rule over us.
yeah. I mean, like for some reason, I gravitated to your live and to your content. It's like there's so many information on the internet, you know, but your information is like the way you like speak on it. It's like it's very like it's not dumbed down, but like anybody can understand, you know, if they actually like if they have common sense.
Especially people of African background.
Yes, like me, I'm Haitian, you know.
Same Pentecostal bullshit.
Yeah, same Pentecostal, evangelical, whatever. Like,
Brother, I am proud of you.
thanks,
And
man.
you inspire me. And I want to see you keep growing. Like I
For sure.
said, what you have now become is a man whose feet can fit in any shoe you decide to wear. So you don't wear size 7 anymore. You don't wear size 8 anymore. If the shoe is size 2, you just got to put your feet in it and your feet will adjust to it. You know, Bruce Lee once said, be like water. So you've now become a man who can take the shape and form of any social gathering you find yourself in without what's happening around you affecting your peace of mind. You
Yeah,
never have to lose yourself in it. You don't have to be afraid anymore. And
yeah,
you don't have to be a bad person. At every given moment, you are constantly examining yourself to be real with yourself. If you
exactly.
really don't want to do something, don't do it. If you really want to do something, do it.
That's the power I've found within the last 2 years. You know, like really this year, that's when I really found myself. I really found like my voice. You know, with even within the music, within my life, like
Especially if your dad was a pastor and you probably got abused like a motherfucker.
I did, man, for real, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure,
yeah. That's you know the stereotype, typical pastor's kids.
yeah,
And religious people don't like this. They don't like it. But it's the truth.
yeah,
Many of you have so much trauma
yeah.
that you can't even acknowledge it. You think asking God to forgive you every day before you go to sleep and you get up tomorrow and repeat the exact same process. That's insanity.
The funny thing I always laugh at when I'm watching your live, whenever you talk to Christian people, you're like, when was the last time you masturbated?
Sexual sin is one of their biggest shames
Yeah, it
and
is.
yet
It is.
and yet one of their biggest struggles
Yeah,
anyways.
it is for sure. When
Yeah.
I remember when I was a Christian, like I was trying so hard, praying so hard, like doing like fasting and everything, you know. But
You thought you were possessed by the demon of masturbation, huh? Listen, even now that you're not a Christian anymore, you do understand though that sperm retention is very good.
Yeah, for sure.
So masturbation for health reason is not something that you should be just doing like that.
Yeah,
You
for
should.
sure.
There is good reasons beyond pleasing God and pleasing Jesus for you not to masturbate.
Yeah,
Just like there's good reasons for you not to sleep around anyhow.
for
Now, I'm
sure.
not saying that if you and your little shorty trying to have a good time, you can't. You know, right now you're free. If you had a girlfriend, you guys, you're free. But if you choose not to sleep around, there's good reasons not to. I mean, you don't want to get STDs either.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's funny that we're talking about that right now because I'm planning to do like 14 months with like no females, you know? I'm trying to do like the whole 2026 with no females, you know what I'm saying? Like
You're
just
trying.
so I can
You're,
focus on myself, you know?
so you're trying to do a fasting.
Basically, yeah, sex fasting, I guess.
That's not basically. That's literally what you're
Yeah,
doing.
yeah.
And if you don't see from that perspective, you're not gonna you're not gonna make it through.
No way.
Listen, when I say be real for yourself, that means nothing that you do is basically, nothing that you do is kinda, nothing that you do is sorta. You either are doing what you're doing or you're not. That's
Yeah,
discipline.
yeah,
So yes, you're gonna be fasting. That means that you're gonna have to give up on all the activities that exposes you to the temptation.
damn. It's like going back to church, bro.
No, no. These are principles of human character that religion hijacked.
Okay, okay.
These are principles of human character that religion hijacked. Religion doesn't have authority over morality. Morality is a code of conduct that we develop in order to better ourselves and better our relationship with our fellow human beings. Temptation is when you have desires. It's, how do I put it? Temptation is when you are exposed to something that triggers a desire within you that you don't necessarily have the ability to control.
Yes.
That's simply
Like,
what it is.
for
It's not a
example,
devil. It's not a devil. If you go to the club, it's only natural that you get tempted when you got girls twerking all around you.
yeah, I know what you mean. Like
If you don't go to the club,
for example, like I told you, I'm trying to fast, right? And today, like this girl wanted to hang out, so I hung out with her for like an hour or two, and like she came over, and then instead of like I kept myself busy, you know. Instead of like I started making beats or something, you know, because I didn't want her to like start thinking otherwise. Because I told her I just want to be friends, you know.
you're stronger. If it's me, I would have already been in paradise.
Bro, bro, like I was trying to stay strong, you know, but like I had to leave the crib because like it was getting too hot.
I mean,
But like
if you put me in a room with a girl who is willing and able to consent, I cannot guarantee what's going to happen. That's all I'm gonna say.
no, like
No, of course, there's discipline. You won't even put me in that room. If my goal is to avoid it, I'm not gonna be in that room.
no. Do you think that's the
Because
proper way to do it? Do you think that's the proper way not to tip yourself at all?
every man knows himself, but it's more
Yeah,
efficient to not be exposed to it at all,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yes. So yeah, every man knows himself. You should discipline yourself based on your mental fortitude.
Because I feel like if I keep hanging out with her, it's gonna happen.
Of course, continuous exposure eventually leads to, how do you call it, indulgence.
Yeah, true, true.
Continuous exposure increases the percentage and possibility and probability of indulgence. So if your friends drink all the time or they smoke weed all the time, the more you hang out with them, sooner or later you're gonna indulge.
To be honest,
So
like for me,
abstinence is the best.
like to be honest, like in terms of like smoking and drinking, like it's not something that appeals to me. Even if someone does it like 24/7 around me, like it's like because I've experienced with it, you know, like because it doesn't like I don't even want to like think about it. You know what I mean?
Don't undersell yourself. It's still better not to be tempted.
Yeah, true, true, true.
Yes, sir. The root of your discipline is not based on what you did in the past. It's based on what you are right now.
Yes.
You see, a lot of people like to celebrate the glories of their past. Oh, I used to be this, I used to be this, I used to be this. No one gives a fuck. Life doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. What are
Life
you
only
doing
gives a
now?
fuck about what you're doing right now, what you're thinking right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, young brother. Like I
All right,
said, I
brother.
followed you.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I don't
send you
even
a
know why I'm
message.
calling. I don't know why I'm calling you young brother. You see,
We're
somebody
basically
said
the
I
same
sound
age, bro.
more.
We're the same age.
Of course, I see what some people are saying that I sound more religious than a Christian right now. The biggest lie Christianity ever told a Christian is that the Bible has moral authority. No, your moral authority comes from your own intentional understanding of yourself, your environment, and the ideas that govern how you should behave intentionally. All right?
Yes, sir.
The Bible, at the very best, can only give you moral suggestions. But your morality cannot grow strictly on the Bible alone. The Bible's got a bunch of fucked up moral values in it too.
For sure.
Like the idea that you have to obey God no matter what. Nah, the Bible has already proven that God could ask you to go do some fucked up shit. So ultimately, you have the final say what your morality is going to be. You are the authority that governs your morality.
Yeah.
You are the supreme being that governs your morality. Every other source of morality is just a suggestion. Even the law of the land. The law of the land says you should stop at the red light, but you can choose not to. Now, obviously, it comes with consequences. You might get that little whoop whoop.
Or a
The
fat
cop might
ticket.
pull you over, or you might get into a head-on collision, but it is still you. Religious people are what you call eye servants. They try to be good to please a God rather than the fact that that's what they are. So they're really pretending. But when you're not religious, you stop pretending. You understand
Yeah, you
that
start.
being good is so that you can get the best results. And
Yeah, you
even
start
if you
seeing
fail,
life. Yeah, go ahead.
even
I'm
if you
saying out.
fail, you shouldn't give up.
Yeah.
And failure doesn't take anything away from you. Failure adds value to your life. Failure adds value to your life. Failure doesn't take away value from your life. When you fail morally, you get the opportunity to correct it. Nobody gives a fuck about the afterlife, strings musician. You can't even live this life right now. Why are you worried about the afterlife, dear Christian? You are struggling in this current life. It's like a person who can't even graduate high school, but you're worried about what you're going to do in college.
Yeah.
It's like a person who doesn't have two legs. Literally, they have no legs, but they're worried about how they're going to push the gas pedal. It's like a baby who can't even crawl, but you're worried about how you're going to run. You hypocrites. Trying to take out the speck out of our eyes when you have a whole tree in your own eyes. All of
That's
you
you.
religious people, take your self-righteousness and wipe your ass with it and flush it down the toilet. All right, my brother.
All
Thank you
right,
so
man.
much. All right.
All right, take it easy, brother. We'll connect.
Ladies and gentlemen, We have arrived at the end of today's show. We did 4 hours.